Soon, the lights will be on at Meydan, just about the finest stand in horse racing around the world. What a structure it is, and they'll be packed tonight. And what is a really good night's racing coming your way. We race again at Meydan. We're well into Carnival season, and tonight we have a bundle of horses for you. Plenty of handicaps, plenty of interesting young horses. We've got some nice 3-year-olds turning up. We've got the resumption of the 3-year-old turf sprint programme. A couple of sprint races for you. It's not going to be an easy night for your picks necessarily, but a lot of interesting international runners and hopefully some winning international stories along the way, because that is what we want for Dubai Carnival season. And here are some of the highlights you can look forward to with Pat Comerford.
This week at Meydan, Morning, the son of Munings, returns here to handicap company after impressing in Group 3 last start. Can he get another victory this season amongst suitable company? We move on now to another international visitor in Starlust for Fitri Hay, hoping to make his impressions felt here coming out of Group 1 company overseas. He makes his UAE debut. And the 7th event sees a familiar face return to the Middle East. High Bank for Charlie Appleby and William Buick, an impressive mid-year winner in his holiday back in the UK at Newmarket. Here's our fixture for this evening's racing. We kick off with a sprint over the 5 furlongs down the straight, down to the mile for the second event. It is the Palm Jebel Ali presented by Nikhil. 1400 metre turf event for race number 3. We stay at that distance and head to the dirt once again in race 4 for the Palm Beach Towers presented by Nikhil. And we head to 1200 metres for the Al Wasl Stakes. Back to the straight for the second time of the evening. We will use the straight on 2 occasions at Meydan tonight. We then head to our distance races. 2000 metres on the dirt in the 6th. 1800 metres for our feature, the Lord North Handicap in race number 7. Back to the 1400 metres for the Palm West Beach. And then the final race of the evening over the 2410 metres, our true stayers test for the night, the Palm Crown, presented by Nikhil. Here's our non-runners who won't be joining us this evening. Race 1, number 3, Rusamat comes out there for Rashid Borsley. Number 17, Silver Jubilee, fails to get a start in the 3rd. And race number 6, the 8, For the Top, also comes out. With the Borsley runner coming out of race number 1, his stablemate, Hayu Alalab, will get a run, number 17, to be ridden by Andrew Slattery. And here's the going for the evening. It certainly has got a little bit harder since last week. We do have a firm surface the entire way around the circuit.
Hello everyone, welcome to the shade at Meydan Racecourse. We're just outside the parade ring here. That we is commentator Pat Comerford and I. Pat, welcome back for another week. How's things?
Yeah, thank you very much, Tom. It's been good. It's you know, the weather's starting to really cool down. The racing has been as good as ever, and not only here at Meydan, also, you know, we had a wonderful program last night at Abu Dhabi as well, just to sort of kick-start the week. I'm sure a lot of the industry participants are very happy that they're going to have Saturday and Sunday off this weekend, because it's probably, I guess, that last real weekend of the new year that we're going to get before things really start to ramp up, not only here, but all 5 tracks. It's starting to get to the business end, and yeah, looking forward to it as well. I'm sure that there's quite a bit of anticipation in the air.
We've got a couple of sprints tonight, so you bought the big boys.
Yeah, it's
these are proper proper binoculars. I've just had a look through them. I feel like I can see back home.
Yeah, they're I remember someone saying on the 12th Man, it's one of the famous cricket comedies of Australia. I'm sure plenty of people around the world know it. But
I know it.
The famous Kenny Callender line from that was, you know, these 15 by 60s are so good I can almost see the jockeys changing their minds. So that's what you bring these out for. They're you know, quite a high magnification, but you know, when you get these straight 6 races, which I haven't really had the pleasure of being able to call, but look, Australian commentators swear by Zeiss 15x60s. I think they've become more and more popular. They are starting to phase out a little bit now. We're seeing a lot more commentators starting to use, I guess Swarovski have become a big brand, those off-eye binoculars.
Will you then, as they come up the straight, will you then flick, you'll pull those down and just go on your naked eye, or then move to the screen?
A big track like this, you're fortunate that you can actually stay on them with those for quite a while. You don't really have to worry too much about missing a swooper. If you're at a smaller track, they can get you too close, and sometimes you might miss something that comes down the outside. So it's a game of being able to sort of measure both. But yeah, sometimes you come off them when they see so close, and then you do come off them, the binoculars, and they are still quite far away. So yeah, I guess it's a game you've got to work out slowly. As you call a track more often, you start to figure out the best routine. But yeah, haven't had to use them very much. But last meeting, I did find myself having to squint a little bit with the 10x50, so that the telescopes come out this week.
Talking of the sprints, we start with one. So let's have a look at the racing. So race number 1 on the card. I mean, it's tricky stuff tonight. I've got the white flag out already. I think I said to Pat just before we started recording, I could easily see myself donutting on the selections tonight. That's confidence for you.
And don't worry. It's certainly the same feeling that I've had with this. One of the more open cards we've had for the year so far.
So take out Russamart out of that. Otherwise, we've got a nice big field. Rails out 8. I know I said to you coming into this, and we can have a look with Many a Star here, who's one of the UK horses having a first go out here. Actually, DeVries riding this horse for Jamie Osborne. A couple of horses he teams up with Jamie Osborne tonight. Of course, Safi, Jamie's daughter, is still injured. She rode well out here last year. But this horse is, lightly raced, winner when last seen, and Jamie Osborne will have, picked this horse as a horse to come out here because he targets races out here. Particularly does well in the sprints as well.
Yeah, look, I very much gravitated to this horse as the pick for me before I did see gate draws. I was actually quite happy to see him in this race, and I thought it was a very winnable event. But then he drew 16 of 16.
But it's stupid because that on last year was a good thing.
Correct,
and yet we've had a couple of examples here this year of it being a bad thing.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's a stretch to say it's a good thing now.
He was my top pick until I got the gate. It was as simple as that. I think he's a really nice horse here. I think for the Osborne camp, he's a horse that I think we'll see winning a race early in the season here over the next few weeks if they do place him correctly. And until that gate happened, I thought this was the night he was going to do it. I have led as a result to the 10 here in Vespasian. I thought his run at Jebel Ali was incredible.
You've changed your mind then?
Yeah, I changed my mind.
Well, I tell you what.
So the gate draw,
everybody picked Many a Star is going to win.
Yeah, well, the gate draw turned me off.
Yep.
And that was all it was. Buick jumps aboard here for Simon and Ed Crisford, and I just think from 6 he's going to have the choice of where he wants to go here, whether he does go to the outside or goes to the inside. And I think that fitness run that he had at Jebel Ali, he comes back onto the grass here, and that's going to be a big plus for him.
I'm going with Shamlan, who's been campaigned largely on the dirt, and I think ultimately he's a turf horse. He's only 2 from 13 on the turf, but he's run well here before in a bit of form that worked out pretty well over the 1200, and I still think he's fairly treated. If one of these former UK trained horses, if you like, is well in, then I don't think there's much manoeuvre off his sort of mark. But I couldn't really pick between the likes of, Secret Moment, Vespasian and Many a Star, and I just thought I think we'll get a good run out of Shamlan.
Yeah, look,
he's there or thereabouts.
I thought Topper Bill, the break was the worry, but his best could see him going okay. I agree with you with Secret Moment, but yeah, I think Many a Star until the gates came out was the one for me, but I'm going against him here. I'm sticking to the fact that they're going to go inside again. They've done it twice now, and I don't see them changing the rhythm.
Race number 2 is the Palm Jebel Ali, presented by Nikhil. It's a conditions race for thoroughbreds, 1,600 metres on the dirt. That's your field lining up. Remember, they come out the chute. That's not going to make life easy for military artists who, yes, is rated 88, got some decent form in the book, but is, unfortunately for that horse, drawn 12. He's not always the sharpest away either. That put me right off military artists. We can see him finishing 3rd, Million Doro 6th in the UA 2000 Guineas trial 7 days ago. And you know, this was a decent effort behind Meydan, who gets out now to go and score. I think he'd be coming with another sort of wide late run.
I keep coming back to this race. I know the things are against him here. He's drawn wide, and it hasn't been smooth sailing for Military Artist so far. I think the biggest question that I had on my mind with Military Artist was, has he come through the run well? Like, if he has, regardless of the conditions, find me a horse that's got any better form. I know Guns and Glory is an unknown factor in this event. Muntasir was very, very good. He got held up for a run at Jebel Ali. The way he found the line in the last 100 metres was classy enough to say that with clear running, he's going to improve fitness-wise. Tactical Bound, the stablemate of Military Artist, came from a long way back. His sectionals in that final 400, I think he actually ran the final 200 metres in that event faster than any of his other sectionals throughout the race. So where does he find himself in the race? But again, I understand exactly why you're off Military Artist here, but at the same time, I can't see anything form-wise that is anything up to beating Meydan by 4 lengths. If you respect that form line, you've got to suggest that this horse, if everything goes correctly and Andrew de Vries gives him a good steer, he's going to be in the finish.
I agree on the form, but that's why I've gone for a newcomer in the form of Wafate. I could have gone with Guns and Glory as well.
It's usually me getting on the Costa train here. You're on the Costa train nice and early today.
Yeah, I don't like it when you haven't. those Aussie texts flying around the morning of racing, I don't like it.
No.
Although it hasn't always come to pass, so there we are. But I could have gone with any of the newcomers really. I just thought they were more interesting. Military Artist, there was enough. Military Artist enough to oppose him. I could take their point on form, but do you know anything about the newcomer, Wafate?
No, I haven't heard anything with Wafate.
Useless.
Going on. But
Guns and Glory, interesting.
Guns and Glory, I've thrown in the selections. Actually, I just. Something strikes me that he's going to be an ideal horse here over 1,600 metres. I don't think by gun runner, especially out of a South American mare, that he's going to want anything further than a mile. I think he'll be nice and speedy. But look, the question mark I had with Guns and Glory was just how forward is he going to be for this? But provided he is, Bupat Sema usually has them ready to go there on debut. I could see him running a race as well.
Race number 3 is tricky. 1,400 metres on the turf. We've got a nice big field going forward for it. And we can have a look at Tiger Crusade. This is the Kempton run. Silver Jubilee is the horse that doesn't get in there. This Kempton effort was good, finishing well, and on this occasion was third. I can see a lot of positives. Do you know, my negative is how he's going to be ridden with the rail out. I think he'll be ridden cold out of 11. With the rail out here, 8 metres, 8 and 12, it's not easy, by and large, on the turf to come from off the pace, and I think he'll be ridden cold. So again, the horse we're starting with is I think the right one to start with, as in leading chance, but personally, I'm off.
Yeah, I'm off as well. I've got him in the numbers. If you were looking at this race as someone looking to have a play and you wanted one to be adding into your exotics, I wouldn't be saying that he would be running anything less than top 3 though, off what we've seen on that international form, provided he rocks up here. I think Mollicab can improve on a flatter surface. He just I think was behind the 8 ball the entire way down the straight there at Jebel Ali on the home course last start. I think we've both landed on the same horse here though, in Juanis. And
so can I tell you about my history with this horse?
Okay, please do.
This horse won under Jim Crowley at Sandown on what is Trials Day, and it's a day at Sandown where the day before they have all the flat races, and the following day they have all the jumps races, and it's quite often really tough testing ground because they want it to be conditions for jumps horses, but the flat horses are having their early season runs. And year on year we see, this is about 3 years ago now, year on year we see it's so difficult to get into it from off the speed. It's testing ground. Some horses hate it. And he, on the day, was the only horse to win from off the speed. He was a huge markup on the figures on the day. So I've basically followed him blindly ever since, and he's won once. Now, when he won once, it was a good day, but he's got a shocker in him. However, he's had a prep run, I think, for a return to the turf. My slight concern is I wonder if he wants a mile. But otherwise,
I can understand why.
A mark of 90, like this horse has so much more raw ability than that.
I think the run at Jebel Ali was purely just to get that fitness up. He was eased out of the contest quite a ways from the line there. I think with 400 metres to go, they threw the white flag up and Pat Dobbs nursed him to the line, and I can understand why. That wasn't where they were hoping to see him put his best foot forward, but they probably wanted to see him out at the races at some stage. And I think back onto the turf here, he gets a suitable race here. And Jim Crowley on top's enough for me to say One East will be improving here second up. Whether we see him come out and win a race like this, we know there's a bit of obviously unknown quantity in the race, but yeah, look, he's the highest rated horse in the race for a reason, and he's afforded that weight because he is. So I'm hoping to see him improve, and I think going through our selections before, this is the only time that we actually see eye to eye. So give One East some strength here.
He might want a bit more juice in the ground as well, which he's handled it in the past. But I know it's quick out there, but it's a good covering of grass, and generally here soft ground horses do okay. Race number 4 is the Palm Beach Towers, presented by Nakil. It's a handicap over 1400 on the dirt, just about the smallest field of the night. 9 in it, but they all do stand their ground, which is good. And we can start with Morning finishing 5th, and Magic Petition finishing 6th. Obviously this is a higher grade that we're watching 7 days ago than that which they are running in here, and it's I guess the leading bit of form coming back in trip. I don't know if you're with one of these, Pat.
No, I'm not. I respect the form line, but I have gone a different route here. Now,
the winner here had been and gone. I mean, that nothing was getting into it from there.
Look, it was definitely a pretty clear-cut victory, wasn't it there? But yeah, I found this a tougher race because you'd expect a horse like Roadblock, who we've seen a couple of times this season, to come into this race and improve in much more suitable company. Even then, I still found a few in front of him. I was really taken. I tipped him on top last time out. Thought he was pretty hardly done by, and I'm happy to go with him again here, and that's the 3 in Bay of Honour. Got checked early in the race, was taken out of the contest. James Doyle was obviously, I think, quite conservative with him in the run, considering the fact that he did get quite a little bit of a knock there, and just sort of let the horse go back. He was detached by about 5 or 6 lengths in the field, and actually it was how he was coming through the line late in the race, despite the fact that the race was over and done with very, very early, that I was very, very taken by the 5-year-old by Shamadale. So Tiger O'Shea jumps on board here for Bupat Sema, and coming out of that race there in behind Colour Up, which was a pretty decent enough contest, the way that he was coming through the line there. Yeah, he ran 7th, but he was only beaten in 4.75 lengths. He was absolutely motoring home late. So with more luck in running, I'd see Bay of Honour running a much better race here. And yeah, I'm with him. And I think the extra distance out to 1400 will be a plus for him more than anything.
I was tempted by Meshakel, who I think will go forward and try and dominate, is well treated. He's the outsider of the bunch on the international market. But I do think Christian Demuro and Echo Point have got a great chance of the race working out ideally. Meshakel, I think, will lead, and they'll have to let him come across. And Christian might be able to just switch outside him and sit in the perfect position on a horse that can travel handy. He did that when running here over 1600 and then just running at a puff late on in the Western Symphony race. And he cut out a pretty hot early fractions last time and didn't see it out. I think this is his trip on the dirt, and I think he could have a perfect sit. So but it's not a very confident shout.
Yeah, it's one of those one of the races I think you could go a number of ways here. A lot of form lines, a lot of horses actually coming back from much better races than this. So they'll all get their chance, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this race pans out. But I'm sure it'll be a very tactical affair.
Let's have a look shortly ahead of race number 5 at some very good juvenile form from last year. Race number 5 is the Al Wasl Stakes conditions race over 1200 on the turf, and this is the second time the binos are coming out. Starlust is the obvious one here, who he's got some excellent form in the book, in particular when last seen in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, when finishing 3rd by a length and a quarter, beaten by Big Evs. I think that's the standout bit of form. He's got form ahead of 7 Questions, who is the horse I've gone with, probably stupidly. I don't know. 13 here he's drawn. Again, we don't know if it's a negative, but I think on what we've seen so far, it's not a positive. He is definitely the star performer, though, and we've just seen a couple of times here over the 5 furlongs, 1,000 metres, and also at York prior to that behind Zulu Chief, albeit over 1,200 metres. It was crazy quick that day, and he's a horse that really wants a true 1,200, I think, which he gets here.
Yeah, look, I saw this race here, and I just got the feeling that he might be a horse with a bit of X factor, this Starlust. Like what we've seen, they've been racing obviously up in Grade 1 company for the last couple of starts. Yeah, he's drawn 13, and I look, it's very funny because the 1,000 metre race, as I said, I was turned off on the horse I thought was going to win the race by the simple fact that he drew 16. Now Stardust has drawn 13 here, but we have seen horses sort of from that sort of 10, 11, 12 decide to make their way over to the centre of the track and be in that inside group. Provided Starlust has got, I guess, enough of an opportunity to tack onto the back of a few of those that are maybe staying down the centre of the course. I thought Starlust might be a chance. But, yeah, I found this a really tough race. I just went on Stardust on just X Factor alone. I think he's a pretty nice horse.
I think the pace is going to come from Zulu Chief in the main because he's just such a fast horse, and when he won at York it was ludicrously quick that day, and then he actually managed to run out of puff really at Newmarket over 1,200 last time. He comes out of 6, so I think anything drawn in double figures will want to be looking left. I've gone with 7 questions. I think the track will suit, sharpish 1,200, hasn't got that much to find with Starlust, and on the international market there was too much between them. So it's a sort of, I'll probably regret it. It's one of those selections where I'm trying to be clever, but ultimately value doesn't matter up there. So I probably haven't picked the winner, but I don't know, I think he's better drawn to track the out and out pace, and there's not too much between he and Starlust, I didn't think.
Yeah, the one that I found very interesting in this race as well, I didn't put him in my numbers, but I've just sort of realised this as well. You can't deny the strike rate of George Bowie at the moment.
Yeah,
like
he's very
here and with his winner with Warbank last meeting, and obviously the way that the stable's going back home at the moment, they're absolutely flying. Salvuccio's, I don't think, got as much X factor as Warbank and what we saw there, but this horse has won his last 2 starts. He's been able to win a handicap and a novice over 1,000 metres, but he's got the same profile as Warbank, a horse who has been seen throughout his career. He's lightly raced, 5 or 6 starts, been predominantly racing over that 1,000 metres, steps up here to 1,200 tonight, which is exactly what we saw with Warbank. So I'm interested to see how Salvuccio goes. I don't see him winning the race, but, he could be one that's figuring in the minors and maybe giving a side at some stage.
Yeah, and Aldassim for this year dominated the 3-year-old sprint division last year. Great Truth is a horse with excellent juvenile form as well. That came in the superlative. We're not a million miles behind City of Troy, having won on debut, and he's got the profile of a horse who, you see him at the back here, he's got the profile of a Charlie Uppy horse who, now I don't know, he might have had a setback, which is why we didn't see him since the 15th of July, but sometimes he'll have these young horses and sort of establish where they fit in at home, and off the back of this, may well have said, well look, not one of my best, but very happy to bring him out to Dubai. We'll leave off him, get him out to Dubai, and try and have a nice campaign, fresh campaign out here. That's the impression I get from this horse's profile. And interesting, they're dropping back in trip. He's out of an Australia mare. He's a Dubawi out of an Australia mare. The Dam Beyond Reason did win over sprint distances, but maybe he sort of belies his pedigree with pace because he's dropping back in distance, and that looked the thing to do off the back of this run.
Yeah, and you can understand they stepped him up here to that, obviously that Group 2 company there, and it was quite impressive. But yeah, you look at those, you look at that race there, like as I said, with James Doyle in the saddle there, he was so wayward down the straight that entire race, and was all over the shop, but was still able to do it there on raw ability. He's proven in these straight races. I think, as you said, Godolphin and Charlie Appleby have had great success about bringing these lightly raced horses out here, and they know which ones to pick and which ones they think will suit the conditions here. So looking forward to seeing how Great Truth goes. I threw him in the mix as well. I thought Starlust was my top pick. The gate brings him undone, I thought Great Truth was the next one there. But yeah, I'll stick with the one here in Stardust.
Okay, moving on to race number 6. We are back on the dirt over 2,000 here. So you've got a little bit more time than the 1900 to sort yourself out before you go into that bend, but it's still not ideal, I think, if you're drawn wide necessarily. Big Team is a horse who bumped into Watch My 6 last time. Watch My 6 who runs back on the turf in the last race on the card. And Big Team was going over 2,200, dropping back in distance. I don't think it'd be a bad thing given how this panned out, because I thought he might win here, but he's just run out of puff. So I guess this is the obvious move. But you know, I suppose he's been given a long enough time to get over this, but he is still winless from 6 on the dirt.
Yeah, he is. I was a bit taken by the performance and obviously just how they sort of went about it. As you said, he ran out of puff, and he's only going to improve on that fitness-wise. But like, do you think they execute this race with a similar plan over 2,000 metres? Because arguably he finds a much tougher field.
Yeah.
And
he's
going
drawn
to
11.
do the same thing, even though he's dropping in distance here. I think he's going to be just as vulnerable out in front here with a couple of these horses who have got good form.
I think out of 11 it's going to be tricky because he doesn't have too long to get over. If he is going to get over, he might find himself wide, carrying a lot of ground. Naxos is one of the George Bowie horses who's interesting. He comes out of 3. And he ran really well when winning at Epsom at the back end of last year. Looking at his action, I think he'll be fine. But equally, I know he's a Saxon Warrior, but it doesn't necessarily scream that he wants this sort of surface. So
that was my worry. The surface.
Yeah, and the other point, Epsom, when it's a little bit easy underfoot, you can get away with doing this. And I don't know how trustworthy the form would be on that part. This was Kevin Stott with a bit of a worldie up the near side, but he may have been seriously advantaged from that, because at Epsom, if there is cut underfoot, then you can get away with doing that.
This could be, form line wise, the biggest dog's breakfast I've ever seen in any time of my time doing form or anything like that. Now, fair to say, my time I haven't been in a place that has so many international form lines coming into it, but
Are you saying it's difficult to weigh up form-wise, or are you saying nothing's going to win?
No, just difficult to line everything up.
Yeah.
You know, we've got 2 horses here for Doug Watson who have come out of Russia. Both of them are 8 from 9, and well, Carnival, the one for Patrick Dobbs here, the 11, he's only been beaten once, and that was Hero Mo. The only reason he was beaten was because he went and had 3 wins in Kazakhstan, and then they chucked him in a float, travelled him 800 kilometres back to the home track, and he was beaten there after doing, I think, 800 kilometres in a float, and then backed up, after only a few days. So I think these horses have been brought here for a reason. They don't race. It's the strength of the racing that's the question mark. But at the same time, this 11, Carnival, he has won from 1,200 metres up to 2,400. Reports are he works incredibly well, and he's a 4-year-old colt by California Chrome. Like, coming onto this surface here, that's almost as good a breeding as you can have here in Dubai, especially when you're coming out here for your first run. Now the question is whether they're going to handle the surface. I'm willing to put my, support ahead of the 11 here in Carnival, and I'm hoping to see him go. I think he'll be a price on the international market, because the question mark is, as I said, how strong's the form. But I think he's got the breeding on his side, and he's coming into this off a rating of 97. This horse has done a lot of winning in his career, and hopefully we see him go well.
I think Book Review gets out and makes all boring, but that's what I think happens. There we go.
Just quickly, what did you make of Simjangui Gadong, the Korean horse? Unfortunately, the Korean inclusion in last week's card wasn't as successful as we would have hoped to have seen, but you've got a great rider here in Moon Se-young, who's the leading rider in South Korea last year. 68 wins, striking at 21%. He's made his way over here to ride Simjangui Gadong at the moment, and I'm sure he's very happy to be escaping the cold in Korea at the moment, because it'll be nice and fresh. But how did you see him racing here this evening? Do you think it's going to be a similar feat to what we saw last week?
Don't know. I found him really hard to weigh up.
Yeah.
Don't know. I think you tick the box on the distance, and it's the right sort of race because there's weakness everywhere. But I don't know. I mean, on ratings, yes, chance, but I just couldn't. I'd be guessing if I selected him as a winner.
Yeah, it's as I said, it's a very interesting.
I'd love it. I'd love it if he wins for the Carnival. This is what you want.
Good.
But tough.
Looking forward to this one.
Race number 7 is over 1,800 metres on the turf. It's the Lord North Handicap. Lord North, who was very used to success out here under Frankie Dettori, over this distance in the Dubai turf twice. Race number 7 is that Lord North Handicap, and full field lining up. Now, High Bank is the one, I think, who maybe plenty of people's nap on the card, and I can totally see why. This horse was a surprise package really last time, although he has a huge amount of back form. That was at Newmarket when winning nicely, and the trainer suggested that a return to Newmarket, his local track, saw success. He ran here a couple of times well in behind the likes of Naval Power and Shirar as well, not too far back. The distance here, 1,800 metres, I think is fine, even though he's, I think, possibly more suited to 1,600. Before I spell out the negatives, what do you think? Are you with High Bank?
No.
Okay, I thought you would be. There you go.
No.
We're both trying to be clever.
Going to do replays. I went back and watched the replay of track of time last start, and how much interference he copped at the top of the straight. If you watch his last 200 metres, the wide gate shouldn't be too much of a concern because Jim Crowley's going to be sending him to the back half of the field anyway. He just needs to find a back and some cover. I think the drop back in distance is going to not be an issue whatsoever. Now, I do respect High Bank, don't get me wrong, but I just thought track of time with that run under the belt here already, he was so super impressive there, and what he was doing through the line suggests that he'll be winning a race this season. I'm hoping to see him run really well here tonight.
Just on High Bank, I can totally see that, and I was pretty keen on the Francis-Henri Graffard runner as well. Track of time. Just on High Bank, I worry that he is better over 1,600. He's got a rise for that performance last time, and he was winless out here last year. He's had a long time off. I don't know, there was just a little bit of niggling doubt with me. I think this is a decent race. I selected Uzo on top. Probably stupidly, but he ran well out here a couple of times last year. I think he's been wanting this distance, and I think Adju de Vries, Safi Osborne rode the horse really well last year, but Adju de Vries on board, he knows that, and Safi's an excellent rider. I'm a huge fan of her ability in the saddle, but Adju de Vries knows this place like the back of his hand. So I think that's a plus.
I had a little honourable mention for Stormy Ocean at the weights. I thought his run at Jebel Ali was good over the 1950. He was beaten by a horse who really appreciates his home track in Wessel. I think that form line is good enough for him to be coming out here and going well in this event. He's going to improve here up onto the grass as well.
We move on to race number 8. One of us is hopefully going to have some winners tonight, but we don't agree on that.
I'm hoping you at least.
I'm talking myself out of a few. I haven't gone with any of the obvious ones, and they're probably all going to cop. Race number 8, again, not the biggest field, so we've got 12 going forward for this thoroughbred Palm West Beach handicap presented by Nikhil, 1,400 metres on the dirt. Nayar, I thought, was the most obvious one. I've gone with this horse off the back of the run behind Mr. Cafu last time. I think the step back up in distance is exactly what the horse wants. I thought it was pretty obvious, to be honest, to select this horse, and this is the most obvious runner I've gone with all night. I think he was just done for a bit of toe here. I think he'll get a nice sit, and the step back up and trip will suit. That being said, he's 0 from 7, so that's a concern.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, as I said, we've seen a lot of these maiden horses come to the races in these handicap events and give a sight. Unfortunately, Naya did come back to non-winners company and meet Mr. Cafu here last week. So I'm impartial on Naya. I thought his run good enough last week was good enough. Hopefully we see him run well. I'm going with Al Maroon. Al Jadaf smoked them there in that thing. He had the race go to suit. He was up on speed where he likes to be, and
we can see that. We can have a look at that now. Al Maroon.
Al Jadaf is absolutely flying at the moment. So that form line there, even though he comes into a similar race and he was beaten nearly 7 lengths on that occasion, I thought he did enough here under Andrew Slattery to be running a race here, Al Maroom, and yeah, even though he's got to lug the 62 kilos, so does a lot of horses in this race here. We've got a lot of runners coming into this, you know, off that same mark of 80, so it looks a pretty even affair. And yeah, I'll stick with Al Maroom here. He's got the win. He's obviously got the win on the board. 18 starts. He's only had the one win, but he's got 7 minor placings. He very rarely runs a bad one.
What's worse, 1 from 18 or 0 from 7? Probably 0 from 7. You still want the win to your name, don't you?
Yeah. Well, as an owner, I'd be definitely wanting to be owning Al Maroom over Naya because yeah, paychecks. Even though he's only won 1 from 18, seconds pay the bills. So that's what Al Maroom has been good for. But yeah, look, it's another awesome race. I'm going to go with Al Maroom though here.
All right, race number 9 is over 2,410 metres on the turf. It's the Palm Crown presented by Nikhil. It's a handicap. It's a nice big field as well. And we touched on Watch My 6 earlier in the defeat of Big Team, who switches to the dirt. Sorry, who sticks with the dirt. Watch My 6 switches to the turf. I don't think that'd be a problem at all necessarily. I just, you know, worry sometimes about a nice winning performance on the dirt, whether you feel it even though it is 35 days since that run. Hester Biro was back in 5th on this occasion. How do you assess the level of form?
Yeah, it's a tough one, this race. Watch My 6 was perfectly planned here, had a great hit out there under Sam Hitchcock at Jebel Ali, was backed up after a week, going up 800 metres in distance, and he was able to run a good race. Where does he find himself from the gate? That's the question mark. He goes back. So you'd say that he'll be ridden cold here and sort of, I guess, saved up for that one big run here.
That was another concern I had, again, on the turf with the rail out. It's not easy to do. They'll probably all come from off the pace tonight, yeah, but they don't often.
I was very intrigued of the booking of Demuro here on Tides of War. The runs over this sort of distance at the back end of last season weren't as successful, but they were in group company races there, Group 2 and Group 3. Horse knows the track, gets the distance, and comes back to a 65 to 90 handicap here. I think we'll go back in running. That's what we've seen him do in his last couple of starts, and I wouldn't be shocked to see Tides of War come out and run a race. But again, it's a low confidence event, much like a lot of these races tonight. There's a lot of horses here that could be coming out and winning this. It's all like these 2,400 metre handicaps when they're sort of this low in rating. It's going to come down to who gets the best run in transit. You know, it's all about saving up that energy, and it does make it a very, very hard race to assess from a tempo perspective, and also from where they're going to find themselves in the run.
I thought Al Meydan was interesting for Conor Beasley and Abu Bin Hamash, who has got good form over 2,400 metres. Well, I say good form, wasn't too far behind Webinar, and I could give Webinar chances based upon the Abu Dhabi success. I think going back up inch distance is going to suit. And when he did win over 10 as a youngster for Charlie Appleby, I look back at some comments, and Charlie Appleby and Will Buick had said we feel like he wants to go over a little bit further, over 2,400. He was subsequently gelded. He's obviously proved tricky in the past, but I think he's well treated off a mark of 81. So again, it was slightly tentative, but I think the step back up in distance is a plus. I hope I don't get a donut.
Oh, I tell you what, I've never been.
It's an awful feeling.
I feel bad saying this as well, because like we're supposed to be giving like our honest thoughts and be like people who have got half a clue here, but at the same time, it's tough. This is one of the tougher programs, not only here, but I've had to assess in a long time, and I've never been less confident going into a meeting that I'm on the money here. So take that with as much as you want from how we've assessed this afternoon. But I hope you're at least a little bit more confident than me.
Nope. Right. Let's have a look at your 9.
Anyway, let's go into the 9. We're going to go with the Crisford runner in the first, Vespasian, Military Artist in the second. Third race, I'm going Wahis, so hopefully me and Tom are on the money there. We've both gone that. Bay of Honour in the 4th, Starlust in the 5th. Hopefully can get across from the wide gate. I'm going to go in with the 11 in race number 6 there, Karbakan, the Russian horse. So hopefully we're saying Nostravia after this race. Race number 7, Track of Time. Loved the run last start. hopefully can get the Grafford team off to a win here in the season. Al Maroon in race number 8 and Tides of War in race number 9. Hopefully one of them can get the chocolates.
So it's a fairly long old night with lots and lots of runners for Pat to call. I have gone with these 9. Shamlan in the opener in the sprint. Wafyat, the newcomer. Wani's the one I agree with Pat there. Echo Point having another go on the dirt over a more suitable trip, I hope. 7 questions, bit of an unknown quantity, good juvenile form. Book review to make all. Uzo, who has run well here before. Nayar thought was the most obvious one on the card. And Al Maysan, bit of a guess up in the last back over a little bit further. Here we go. Look at these. That is unreal. I can see somebody teeing off on the golf course, Pat.
There you go. There you go.
That is... What a shot! That's great. Good. You're going to hot-foot it up top.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cool 9 races, couple of sprints. A packed card, isn't it?
Yeah, no. It's look. It's a very open program, but that leaves it to be. I guess you've got a lot of races with unknowns. That makes it. Yeah, I think excitement-wise, the anticipation is who's actually going to win a few of these. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I just don't know if I've tipped the right ones. That's the end of it.
Hopefully we get some stories along the way as well, with some international runners coming out and scoring, because that's what we want at the Dubai World Cup Carnival. Right, if you missed anything from last week, it was some belting action. Here it is again.
We are set here at the 2,000 metres and we are away in the first event on the card. King of Time's going to snick back in the early stages to join Go Soldier Go at the back of the field. Shafaf out fast, deeper out on the track, going forward with Passion and Glory. They were followed there next in turn, working up into a forward spot was Local Dynasty. He's in the first few. Legend of Khan sitting a lot closer today on the grass. Next came Ursa Minor from Franz Kafta. Goemon is working through the field, and Tamam caught 4 deep at the moment without a back to follow. 2 lengths back, just worse than midfield. Aeonian followed there by Track of Time. Second to last in the run was Go Soldier Go, and King of Time is the last one. So 1,300 metres left to travel, and they make their way down the back section of the course. It is Godolphin 1-2, Passion and Glory lead to half. Local Dynasty second. Third on the outside, working up into it, Legend of Khan. And deeper out on the track, Tamam happy to sit off the rest of the pack here on the deeper part of the course. Ursa Minor was next, followed there by Goemon Shafaf. Aeonian, 4 back on the inside, just restricted for a run there as Goemon comes across to the fence. Franz Kafka goes around him. Then came Track of Time, King of Time, and the last one, Go Soldier Go. So fractions are good here as they make their way through the middle section here of the course. And it is still Passion and Glory who leads them to the top of the straight. Local Dynasty clicks it up on the outside and applies a little bit of pressure. Ursa Minor awaits the out on the inside in third. He's got some room now. Next came Legend of Khan. Deeper out, King of Time working into it with Tamam, followed there next by Shafaf, Franz Kafka, as Local Dynasty takes over inside of the 300-metre mark. King of Time out after him. Ursa Minor trying to work through. Passion and Glory dropping away. Local Dynasty though. Local Dynasty in the final 150 metres. He gets to the 16th pole and he is 3 or 4 lengths clear here. Local Dynasty wins well. Local Dynasty takes the first by 3.5. Ursa Minor second. Franz Kafka's snuck in for third. Locked away at the 1,200 metres for race number 2. Set to go away. Mr. Carfu jumped incredibly well, anticipated the start and puts 1.5 lengths on them in the early stages. Chief of Navy going forward to apply some pressure. Naya is about 1.5 lengths off the leader in third, followed there by Al Hasib on the inside. Hallucinogene gets the run up the inside. Deeper out Benzamar along with deeper out on the track there Al Hajjaj. Followed there next in turn by Dahiz, sitting to the outside of his stablemate in Al Abed. And the last one was Mezzatinto, who's forced to race wide and begin a looping run. Chief of Navy wants to race Mr. Carfu up in the lead here. He's taken in the lead and gone off to a break of about 3 lengths. lengths as they begin the run for the judge. Mr. Carfu second. Connor Beasley sitting very quiet at the moment, now asking the grade to lift for an effort. Naya starting to present now. Mezzatinto coming up into fourth. The three break away here. Mr. Carfu hits the lead. Naya's got the drop on him here in the late stages. Mr. Carfu a length and a quarter. Naya trying very, very hard here. Coming up to the outside of Mr. Carfu, being whacked away by Beasley, and Mr. Carfu will do enough. Mr. Carfu a half length beats Naya. Mezzatinto's found himself into third. Runners are set here at the 1200 metres and they are off for the straight six event for the evening. Democracy Dilemma was fast off the inside. Celtic Voyager going up in the early stages with Zawaya. Now, a few of them are making a way to the near side part of the track, but currently sitting off the field at the moment. The inside, far side runners do have the advantage. Up there as well, Tamawi. Followed there next in turn up on the far side there by Hakiki. Jadwell also sitting up in that division there with Wallbank. Next came Yonifus. Dropping away there was Wild Majesty, followed by Ventura Rebel. Mutani sticks to the centre of the line, dropping back there with Hakiki. And up on the back of the far side division there was Open Mind, sticking over to the near side part of the track. Kanjar goes along here with Batuan, and also there as well City Walk. Far side runners have the advantage at the moment. Democracy Dilemma. Yonifus starting to present here down the centre, and up on the far side part of the track in the purple silks is Wallbank. Wallbank up on the far side takes Yonifus here, leading by a short margin. Yonifus in for the fight. Wallbank from Yonifus. Wallbank. Wallbank. There's your double for Buick. George Bowie on the board here in Dubai for the season. Beats home a very brave Yonifus. Third across the line, Ventura Rebel. Set to go at the 2000. Gates fly. We're off. Green Jacket was fast off the inside, working forward with eye on the prize. Never Show Weakness caught the start well, and Branwell's going to work forward. Lion's Mane's going to tuck in, potentially finds the rail here. Green Jacket going to be snicked back into the three back the fence position. Desert Snake to his outside, followed by Golden Arch. Then came Aldasia, and El Ruith heads back to the end. At the mile peg, they make their way out onto the back section of the course, and Eye on the Prize takes the lead by a length and a half. Never Show Weakness sitting up into second, travelling along well. He's nice and comfortable there on the steel. 2 lengths back was Branwell. Lion's Mane the inside. Then came Desert Snake from Green Jacket, Aldasia, Golden Arch and El Ruith. Eye on the Prize to Silver. He's taken the pace back a little bit here and slackened it a shade. Leads by a length now. Never Show Weakness still travelling well on the outside in second. Branwell third. Lion's Mane fourth as they make their way past the 1000-metre peg. Green Jacket was next on the inside. Followed there by Desert Snake the outer. Next was Aldasia from El Ruith, already starting to be asked for here, and Golden Arches to his outside. 750 metres left to go. De Silva clicks it up here, but Eye on the Prize is not travelling as well as Never Show Weakness, who comes on past him on the outside in the pink and green silks with the nose roll, leading the way by a half length. Already under the bat now, Eye on the Prize. Branwell looking the biggest threat, but still being whacked away here as Never Show Weakness travels into the straight here, 2 lengths in advance of Eye on the Prize. Branwell didn't corner. Lion's Mane was next there, followed next in turn by Desert Snake down the outside, but hot up on the plasticine. It is our favourite in the market, Never Show Weakness. Tygo Shea takes a look behind, and it is all over. Barber's shouting. Never Show Weakness goes back to back, and he's going to be eased down into a hand canter. Crossing the line, that's 2 for 2. 4 lengths on the line. Lion's Mane runs into second from Branwell. And we look set for a start here. Nice field for the Jumeirah Guineas trial, set to go racing. Nice even dispatch, everything got their chance. The Caribbean going back in the early stages. Drink Dry, Majestic 1, El Mukhtar, and also their military option. There your back 5. They sort their order out up in front. Athan off the inside, utilises the draw and goes up to a lead. Leads by 3 parts. Movie Maker the outside in second. Working across from the deep here is Legend of Time. He's had to work here though, Buick, to find a forward position, but gets up there now. Shamrock Glitter gets the run in behind the leader from Drink Dry. Then came Tohoku. Off around the military option. Then came Geologist. followed there by Al Mukhtar, deep off the track. Next came Majestic 1, Bismillah Alik the inside, followed by Theban in the blue distinguishing cap from his stablemate there in Always in Fire. Shuftabai back to second to last, and the Caribbean has to come past all of them as they make their way into the straight. 500 metres left to go. Athan, well held together, leads a half. Movie Maker the outside in second. Legend of Time, how much has he got in the locker? Still here, coming up to the outside of them now. Shamrock Glitter gets the inside run. Next was Drink Dry, the geologist. Legend of Time letting down the outside here. Legend of Time, this will be a big performance from a wide gate. Shamrock Glitter fighting on the inside. Shamrock Glitter's going to give him a run for his money. It is Legend of Time. Shamrock Glitter fighting ever so hard, but it's 3 for Buick. Legend of Time from the wide draw gets the job done. Beats home Shamrock Glitter in a wonderful race. Field of 12. They break and they are racing. Eastern World caught it best. Rawi off the inside was going forward as well. Tuz wants a piece of it. Will burn across from the outside. So he'll be up to lead. Next in turn was Sound Money. The outside there, Never Just a Dream. A couple of lengths back, we'll see Leading Spirit working alongside Colour Up. Bolmai Star just worse than midfield with about 7 in front of him. Then came on the inside Morning, followed by Damar, and also there as well Major Cinnamon, who just copped the nasty check, and Magic Petition is now out to last. So Tuz burns across from the wide draw and goes up to lead them as they begin the swing for home. Rawi second on the outside, Eastern World being pushed along here. Sound Money deepest. Colour Up's coming around them also to present a challenge. The inside, Leading Spirit gets his gap. Next in the turn there, dropping away was Never Just a Dream. He heads the rest as they make their way into the straight, and look at Tuz. Tuz puts 4 or 5 lengths on them here in the Group 3. He's going to take a power of chasing down Leading Spirit and Colour Up, trying to eat into the margin, but it's another big margin winner for Tygo Shea and Bupat Seema. Tuz absolutely brains them. Tuz by 7 beats home Leading Spirit. Colour Up was third. Sandonato, Shaker Bade's colours how promising they were in 2023, both here and abroad. Looking to go one with Sandonato tonight. They're off in the Zabil Mile. Tambarada was one of the first to show on the warpath, fast away. First Constitution, very vigorously ridden to find the top, with Real World, who's going to find himself in the first 3 or 4. Then came Marban, who's back into 5th position. 2.5 lengths back to Tambarada, who drops back through the field, being passed now here by Western Writer. They were followed there next in running by El Patriota. Bright Melody was next, followed by Sean Ezunico, back to Sandonato, and the last one was Marshall Plan. So they make their way off the back section with 900 to travel, and First Constitution's aims at taking the lead were granted, leading by a half length. Real World in second, sits there ready to pounce. Even deeper out was on the warpath, being slapped along. In crowd gets the 1-1. He's on the right horse's back. Marban on the leader's back there, though, in third. Will need some luck there to come off the fence. Next in turn, Western Rider, Tambarada, El Patriota, Ezunico, Bright Melody, Sandonato, Sean, and Marshall Plan still the whipper-inner as they straighten here in the Zabil Mile of 2024. And up on the outside, Real World takes over. In crowd gets his run. Marban shooting through on the inside, and up there as well, deeper out, Tambarada along with El Patriota. Thrilling finish. Here's Sandonato on the inside, storming through for Pat Dobbs. Sandonato claiming Marban, and also El Patriota. It's Sandonato's Zabil Mile. Sandonato a weaving passage, a 10 out of 10 ride by Pat Dobbs, and he takes the Group 2. Beats home Marban. Sean was next from El Patriota. And the gates fly in the UAE 2000 Guineas trial, and they broke away to a good line. Pressing forward, Million Doro, Maryatel broke fast. Al Yabri utilises the inside. Rasas improves 3 deep. Military Artist gets onto his back. Back up on the inside was Mendelssohn Bay. Might just get a little bit cluttered up there in the small field. And Courtier is a long way last and detached from the rest of this field as they make their way down the back straight with 900 to travel. Million Doro doing it at nice sections. Rasas the outside in second. Maryatel splits them in third and tracks the leader. Military Artist was 4th. 5th to El Yabri, already being pushed along. Mendelssohn Bay spots the lead, 4 or 5. Courtier still about 4 lengths detached as they swing the bend with 550 metres left to go in the UAE 2000 Guineas trial. Million Doro the leader, well held together at the moment, just given a shake up. Maryatel caught in a pocket here, needs an out, Rasas there boxing him in. Maryatel muscles out now and starts to lift. Military Artist down the outside, starting to present with Courtier. Mendelssohn Bay still to pick up. Maryatel lifting here at the furlong peg. Maryatel from Courtier, who's motoring home. Maryatel from Courtier, who is getting some ground here late in the piece. But Maryatel, 2 for 2. He is something special. Maryatel by a length. Courtier second. So we are set to go. First view a scratching just before the start. We're set to run and we are racing from the 1600 metres. Ajwad was fast off. Ils et Els was the next one to go. Settling down into second. Aswan deeper out, pressing forward. Mystery Fox also handy. A few of these Bin Hamash runners want to be in the first half dozen. Tranquil Night was next. From next in turn there, Marinda. Then came to his outside there, Lejuge, followed by Prompting. Royal Dubai was next. Meydan Dubai back on the fence with a few in front of him. Then came on the outside Nibris Angel, about 2.5 lengths to Silent Defence from Worko, Imperial Empire, and Sari Dubai is detached at the end. So Aswad keeps them rolling at a good clip. Leading the way here from on the outside, Aswan in second. Third up on the inside, working up into it was Mystery Fox. They were followed there next in turn as they start to make the swing off the back here by Tranquil Night. 2.5 lengths to Ils et Els from Lejuge. Then came on the inside Marinda, Royal Dubai, Prompting. Meydan Dubai about 8 or 9 to pick up. Silent Defence was next from Nibris Angel. Back on the inside was Imperial Empire from Sari Dubai. And the last one working into the straight was Worko. As they come past the 400, Aswad gives a kick. 2.5 lengths clear. Lejuge on the outside off the big break. Starts to level up now. Meydan Dubai working through as well. Meydan Dubai hits the lead from Lejuge. Trying to level up. Coming from the back, Sari Dubai. Royal Dubai down the outside with Nibris Angel. Meydan Dubai up in front. Looking very, very ominous here. The outside Nibris Angel. Sari Dubai. Royal Dubai. But Meydan Dubai. Meydan Dubai. Dubai's everywhere. 1.5 lengths beats Royal Dubai. Next across was Nibris Angel. Close over there for fourth with Sari Dubai.
Andrew Slattery joins me outside the weighing room ahead of a couple of rides, but I guess just to catch up on how it's all going. You enjoying life out in Dubai?
Yeah, look, it's different, but the weather is good, and so work is different, but no, I'm enjoying it.
How does it compare to what you'd be doing back in Ireland at this stage of the season?
Well, look, things are very quiet back home at the minute. Obviously, our yard at home would be busy prepping yearlings and, well, 2-year-olds now, but we'd be busy that way. But other than that, we've only got racing once a week in Dundalk, so it's good to ride a bit more consistently over here, and working on the clock, and that is different, so I'm learning plenty.
You've got your cousin Ben Cohen out here as well, so I guess that's a nice link up. That wasn't a certainty, was it, when you agreed to come out here? That's just a fortunate coincidence.
Yeah, look, we sit beside each other in the weigh room back in Ireland, and we were chatting about going away for the winter, and I fractured my T6 vertebrae probably the back end of the season, so I was a bit of an uncertainty, but Ben got the job out here with Sheikh Ahmed, and he's having a really good time, so it's great. It's nice to have a bit of home here.
And you were out here at the back end of last season, right? And then it became a permanent move to come out.
Yeah, I took a bit of a working holiday here at the back end of last year, and I enjoyed it, so it seemed like a no-brainer to try to get back.
How's the dirt? Riding on the dirt? Is it just an altogether different experience?
Great, yeah. Obviously it's different, but I love it. It's very different, but it's all momentum, and I enjoy that. So no, it's good.
The two rides you got tonight, how would you assess their chances? Obviously, you got one in the opener.
Yeah, Howie Larb, he won well at Sharjah. He's stepping up in class, but he's back on turf for the first time in quite a while. So we'll see how he enjoys that. But Border Edge later on enjoys the dirt. Back to 7 should suit him. Obviously, it's the first run of the season, but he's working well at home. So fingers crossed.
It's great to have you out here, and hopefully you have a good rest of the season. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Okay, we're out in the saddling area. Can have a look at some of these sprinters. First of 2 races, we've got over 1200. Let's start with number 4, who is just over to our right here. And this is Topper Bill for Musabra Mary, lining up here for Kaysal Basadi, who claims 2.5 kilos. This horse is rated 90 and has yet to record a performance of note on the dirt, but of course lining up here on the turf and is pretty consistent on this surface. 1400 fine, 1200 fine as well. He is drawn in 14, which, as we've suggested, is normally a good thing, or has been in the past, but I don't know now. I'm not sure. Jury's out on that one. Spin round to our right and we can pick up horse number 8. That's Al Shibli. Beautifully turned out, this horse. Al Shibli comes out of stall number 12. Another one from his sub. Connor Beasley rides and has a dirt win to his name, and one on the turf as well. He's capable on this sort of surface. Showed pace to win up the hill last time at Jebel Ali, and he's having another go after 15 days off the track. Is probably not the ideal side as far as the pace is going to set up, but otherwise as not one to rule out necessarily. A big horse behind is number 7, and that is Many a Star. Looking forward to seeing how this horse goes for Azzy Dravis and Jamie Osborne. We saw him running at Goodwood and running well at Goodwood when winning last time. Obviously, there's a little while off the track, 147 days. He's a big lad, isn't he? A powerful looking son of Star Spangled Banner, has plenty of pace, plenty of power and ability. And I'm not sure whether the draw is a good thing. 12 months ago, yes, but I'm not certain now. But otherwise, I think he ticks plenty of boxes. And he could have a productive season out here. I'm quite impressed with him physically. Looks like he weighs a bit. Number 4 we've done. 6 we haven't done. 6 is Shamlan, just over here with the headgear on. I think this horse has got a good shot. It's a son of Memas who's been going on the dirt, and I don't think dirt's his surface. If you go back to his peak turf runs, then I thought he was interesting. Particularly his run a few starts back has worked out well over course and distance form-wise. So, like, he's not the most obvious horse as far as the British challengers that have come out here, but I do think it's too soon to give up on him, because his back form at the track is pretty solid, I thought, and he's relatively lightly raced on the surface. We're going to pick up number 11, who's back 3 horses, another one with a red hood on, which is Fast Uno for Julio Olasquaga and Jose da Silva. They've had a good season out here. Not sure this horse on turf. He's a dirt bred. He's had a couple of goes on turf. He's had some performances of note on the dirt, but just gone off the boil a touch. He's one of a few possible pace angles in the lower numbers, so I think that's why it could set up over towards the far side. Number 2 with the white bridle is McManaman, who's a Dark Angel. Pat Dobbs rides for Doug Watson. He's another one of those horses that have cut their teeth out here and are largely pretty consistent out here. Sort of half feel he hasn't lived up to what he might have been capable of. I'm not sure why. A few seasons ago I thought he might progress quite nicely. He's rated 90, he's capable of that sort of mark, and he's probably back over a more suitable trip on a more suitable surface than last time, because he's never won on the dirt. He was at Jebel Ali last time. I think 1200, 1400 on the turf is probably what he wants. Still over this side. Number 1, if we spin round to our right, we'll pick up number 1 in the distance. And he's still in the saddling box, just facing us, you see, with the white bridle, number 1. That's I'll Stand Taller for Mohammed Mardood. Richard Mullen rides. Has largely of late been campaigned on the dirt. Has won on the turf previously, and switching back to this surface might be what he wants. And he's just down the weights a touch as well. He's down to a mark of 90. So that might be what he wants. Whether or not he's got the out-and-out pace for this, not absolutely certain, but we will see. For the 1,000 metres, he looks standing nice and relaxed there. Connection's just keeping a lid on him, and we've had a change of personnel with horse number 7. That's good to see. That's fine. Changing our bibs. Who else have we got over here that we haven't seen? I think we've largely seen everyone so far. So what we might do is we'll just take a walk. Why not? So we're going to head over this way, over to our right, and just follow the horses over towards the other side of the saddling area. There's quite a few people up around here tonight, which is quite nice. It's normally very quiet this time of the night. There's a lot of people to come out to to see the horses. Both sides tonight are going to be well represented because there's only one race, I think, with 9 in. Otherwise, we've got lots of runners tonight. So we might be hot-footing it between both sides, up and down the tunnel. Who should we pick out over this side? Well, I think number 5 is going to come towards us. We'll start with number 16 because that horse will just take us round, and we'll maybe just slot in position over towards the left-hand side of this saddling area. So number 16 is Ras Al Hard for Sam Hitchcock and Ibrahim Al Hadrami. Only one go on the turf so far. That was the last time. Actually, didn't run too badly. Whether or not he's an out-and-out 1,000-metre horse, I'm not absolutely certain. Drawn 11, so we'll just about have a choice which way to go. One of the more likely ones this side, number 13, bang in front of us. He's just going to walk away from us. Secret Moment. Largely not in the best of nick of late, but and again, the trip is a slight concern, but it wouldn't surprise me were he to go pretty well. I guess the question mark is whether or not he is a turf horse, because he's done his winning on the all-weather back in the UK. Following some of the others out, we have got in there number 5, who... Oh, he's going to take another turn. There we are. We'll stick with number 5. That sort of half helps us. That's Norbano for Bernardo Pinheiro and Ismail Mohammed. He's 2 from 8 on the turf. He's pretty lightly raced, and indeed lightly raced out here. Interesting to take another turn. Maybe they just want to keep a lid on the horse. He'll come out of stall number 10. As I say, I think it'll be interesting to see whether they explore the near side. I'm not certain they will, but in times of old they have done that plenty. Yeah, still a lightly raced 4-year-old, but I think there are probably others a little bit better treated in the field, and they might just be going into the parade ring a little bit late with this horse. So the rest of them are making their way down the tunnel, and we can head up and join Pat in the commentary box. Hi, Pat.
Hello, Tom. Thank you very much. Yeah, great to be joining you here for tonight's racing. The runners are on their way to the mounting yard here for the first event. Beautiful conditions here at the moment. 22 degrees here in Meydan and a light southeasterly breeze here of about 5 miles per hour. So a nice little bit of a cool breeze to keep the place a little bit cooler than usual. But as that sun goes down, we may see a little bit of a temperature drop as well. Nevertheless, the track as a whole, a firm surface. Did walk it a little bit earlier on, very soft towards the outside part of the surface, as to be expected with that little bit of watering. But I think with these straight races, including the Palm Jumeirah, thanks to Nikhil in the first event, we'll see these runners make their way across to the inside rail as they have so far this season. Runners into the yard here for the first, kicking off at 5:30. So we head into the mounting yard here for the first event. It is the Palm Jumeirah, thanks to Nikhil. Over the 1,000 metres here, we have a look at our runners as they begin the parade. Number 1 is the first horse we look at. I'll Stand Taller, the 6-year-old gelding by Square Eddie. Richard Mullen rides for Mohammed Mardood, and he comes into his second up run here for the campaign, after running 8th, beaten 13.5 in his first up performance over the 1,200 metres. Number 2 is McManaman, a 6-year-old by Dark Angel. Patrick Dobbs for Doug Watson for Gary Allsop. He's 19 starts for 1 win and 6 minor placings, and has his second up run for the season as well, placing at Jebel Ali in his first up run. Number 3, Rezamat, is a scratching. We go to the 4 here, Topper Bill. We haven't seen him since Meydan of February 2021, so a long time off the scene here. Formerly with Satish Seema. Saba Al-Maheri trains now here for Ali Al-Shafar and Abdullah Al-Shafar. Kaysal Wasadi takes 2.5 kilos off here in the first event as he makes his return to the races here at Meydan. Number 6 is where we head next here, and that is Shamla for Bhupat Seema, training here for the Desert Cowboys. 5 wins from 22 starts, including 5 minors, and he has his 4th run for the season. We've seen him at Meydan first up. He's had 2 runs at Jebel Ali since. Back here to Meydan for start number 23 as he looks to claim his 3rd win on turf here this evening. 7 is Many a Star. Jamie Osborne trains here for Jim and Claire Limited and partner. 30 starts, 5 wins and 11 minor placings. Coming off a last start win there at Goodwood, where he was able to win by 0.75 of the length there in a 1200 metre handicap. He drops back in distance here to the 1,000 metres for his UAE debut. Number 8 is Al Shibli. He was a last start winner at Jebel Ali. We've seen him at the track here at Meydan once this season. He's done a lot of racing so far this season, but he was able to win over the distance last time out. He heads back here onto the turf at Meydan. We'll see if we can translate some of that winning form here, beating home Vespasian, who he faces here in this race once again. Number 9, Superior for Muhammad Ibrahim, formerly with Mahmoud Hussain. Daisuke Fukumoto does the riding here at 59.5, and he has his first up run for the season. Here is the 10 Vespasian, very impressive in his first run in the country at Jebel Ali over the 1,000 metres, making up good ground there late, coming through the line well to only be beaten a neck on the occasion. He will appreciate the drop back to turf here and comes back from 0 to 85 into a 65 to 90 handicap here, the 5-year-old son of Acclamation, William Buick, to do the riding. Number 11, Fast Uno for Julio Olajuara, for Stud Crespi. Jose da Silva does the riding here. 10 starts, 2 wins and 2 seconds. Number 12 is Kiarad, the 4-year-old gelding by Havana Grey. Lightly raced, only the 1 win and 2 seconds to its name from 6 starts, and makes its way over here to the UAE for Ismail Muhammad, who trains and owns Marcelino Rodriguez. Takes off 3 kilograms. Secret Moment is the next horse here, the 7-year-old gelding by Exceed and Excel. Christian Demuro does the riding here for Sayed bin Saror. Does have to overcome gate 15 here for Godolphin, starting tonight, career start number 18, hoping to pick up a win here in the UAE. Number 14 is My Kind of Day. Rush Borsley has a number of runners in the race. Omar Isaac, Hernandez Salas to do the riding here on this 7-year-old gelding. He's had the 21 starts for 2 wins and 7 minor placings. (15) Shanagai City. Green cap here, Oscar Chavez for Rashid Borsley. Would need to improve on his previous runs. Has had plenty of starts already this season. Number 5 makes his way out here late, Norbano for Bernardo Pinheiro and Ismail Muhammad. Having career start number 9 here this evening. 2 wins and 3 minors to his name. And makes his way back here to Meydan. Bernardo Pinheiro on board last time here at the track when he was a maiden winner. Raz Al Had, the 16. Sam Hitchcott rides the 3-year-old colt by Alzam for Ibrahim Al Hadrami, having his 4th start yet to figure in the top 3. And our lucky last horse is Hayu Alarab, who makes his way here as the emergency getting a start. The 4-year-old colt by Moonings. He is our final horse, and Andrew Slattery does the riding. Runners heading to the gates here at the 1,000-metre mark for race number 1.
Joined by Ed Crisford, ahead of racing, and we haven't caught up yet this year, so good to see you back out here. How's things? You enjoying your time back out in Dubai, no doubt?
No, absolutely love it in Dubai. So it's great to be back with the team of horses, and got a nice little team here this year. And George Prince, our assistant here, he's done a really good job, and nice to be here. So we just need a few winners now.
So size-wise of the team in comparison to last year, say, is it pretty consistent, or did you look to have a few more?
Yeah, last year we just only brought a few out. So this year we brought more out, sort of about 12. And as I said, there's a bit of scope for them to improve through the ranks, and we got a nice couple of unexposed horses that could be a bit of fun, and if they can improve the ranks, they could be doing a bit of damage late on.
And does Vespasian fit that bill as a sort of unexposed horse?
Not really. He's more
established.
Yeah, he's a bit more established. He's been running around in England. He won his last 2 runs. He won at Wolverhampton, and then just got touched off at Jebel Ali last week. Ran a cracking race. So he fits into this race, and he looked in great order in the week. So we just thought we'd wheel him out again.
Do you think the turf is going to suit more, or did you? I didn't know whether last time was a bit of a prep for a turf run, or whether you thought he'd go well on the dirt.
Going to Jebel Ali was a little bit, we weren't quite sure how he'd get on, but he acted on it so well. I think turf will be good for him. Whether this 5 is just a little bit sharp for him, we'll find out. But he seems in cracking order, and I think he'll run a very big race. Of
those you've got later on, is there anyone in particular that sticks out with you? You're excited about running?
Well, I like Stormy Ocean in the 9 furlong race. I think he's in really good order. He's already had a run, so his strip's a bit fitter now at Jebel Ali, and he ran well. He just got a bit tired that day, but I think he could be in the money.
Okay, good stuff. Good luck later on, and good luck here. Thanks for your time.
Thanks so much, Tom.
Thanks, Ed.
The line well to only be beaten a neck.
It is best turned out time. First best turned out award of the night. It's gone to horse number 11, Fast Uno. And the man responsible is Ramon Jose Gomez. Well done to him for ensuring the horse is so well turned out ahead of racing tonight. And well done to, thanks to Iftikhar Hussain, who is presenting the best turned out award on behalf of Zabeel Feed. 650 dirham for Ramon Jose Gomez. And that's horse number 11, Fast Uno. Horses are massive behind the stalls. Then there's Vespasian going forward. Loading process is well underway. Where are you going to want to race here? Well, according to last year, as I said, stand side, but maybe not now. The rail is out 8, so you have the chance to explore the stand side rail without going or making a beeline to come over. You'll be nearly there, but it doesn't seem to have been a bonus or a positive so far. So they might stay over towards the far side. That is where plenty of the pace is in both of our sprint contests. This one and the 1200 metre race a little bit later on. It's pretty open, like most of the races tonight. I thought Shamlan had a good chance. A 5-year-old son of Memas back on the turf, but there are lots of interesting runners, the likes of Vespasian, of course the likes of Many a Star. Jamie Osborne is here, Adju de Vries on board that horse. Secret Moment is another one who deserves plenty of respect, top of bill. So you can make a case for a good few of them, and interesting to see how this race pans out. That's a good example of where the stalls are and how far you have to come over, not too far to explore the stand side rails. And with the loading process well underway, we can head up to join the man who's no doubt got the big binoculars out already, I'd imagine, looking down the track, Pat.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yeah, the telescope's in play here for race number 1. Nice clear conditions as well. I think one of the clearer nights we've had so far this season. And the weather is picture perfect here for racing as the loading process continues here for the Palm Jumeirah presented by Nikhil over the 1,000 metres. So I'll Stand Taller comes up into line. Secret Moment will join the field here. Rusamade scratching here the 3. Stablemate in Hayu Alarab gets a run here, the 17. As Many a Star comes up into 16 of 16. And Shamlan will complete them. We are set to go here at the 1,000 metres for the first on our Meydan Friday night racing. Fast Uno was the best away to the inside. Shanagai City pressing forward with My Kind of Day. Vespasian a lot closer today, sticking over to the near side part of the track. With I'll Stand Taller, McManaman tracking them was Kia Rad. Then came Al Shibli as they all eventually make their way over to the far side part of the course. Then came next in running Norbano, followed there by Superior, settling down into about 5th to last as they make their way onto the course proper. Deeper out on the track, Hayu Adalab from Many a Star. In behind them, Top of Bill and also Raz El Hard as they make their way into the final 300 metres. Vespasian there with Al Shibli, and over on the far side part of the track, Fast Uno running on with My Kind of Day. It's Vespasian, the narrow leader. Al Shibli on the near side trying to fight here. Vespasian still within a hope here. Vespasian getting the better of Al Shibli here late. Vespasian gets the Crisfords an early winner on the card. Beats home Al Shibli. Top of Bill flew home first up into 3rd. Fast Uno was next, followed by McManaman. Then came crossing over Raz El Hard, I'll Stand Taller, Shamlan. Many a Star was next from Shanagai City, Hayu Alalab. Then Superior, Kia Rad. Back to Secret Moment, who never figured in My Kind of Day, one of the last ones home. Vespasian gets the win here. Put the writing on the wall there with a nice little gut-busting run, coming through the line incredibly well there at the top of the Jebel Ali Hill first up. Back onto a preferred surface here on the grass and has struck early in the season. William Buick gets another win here for season 2023-24. Has kicked off the new year in incredible style. And Simon and Ed Crisford get a early winner on the card with a couple of nice hopes throughout the evening. In the Palm Jumeirah presented by Nikhil, they take the 1,000 metre event tonight here at Meydan.
Well, just like that, and they have stayed largely in one group over towards the middle of the far side. It's another one out here for Will Buick for the Carnival. And this horse has, well, he's seen it out really well, and I guess his previous form suggested he would. Last win coming over the 1,200 metres. Hadn't won on the turf, but it hadn't had too many goes on it, and has clearly relished it here, and had to have the guts to stick on and see it out, because he was pressured late on. 3 have pulled nicely clear, to be honest. This horse was middle to far side, racing out of stall number 6. He was able to lay up well enough with the fast enough early pace, and then kept on pretty strongly. Top of Bill left to shot. You might suggest he was slightly inconvenienced by where he raced. My selection, no excuses whatsoever for Shamlan. He was in a nice enough position in behind the leader. He just didn't quite have the class to go with Vespasian. And that's a good start to the night for Ed Crisford, who we spoke to before racing. He got a nice toe into the race. I think that was key. My Kind of Day, the Borsley horse, came out at 3 and took them along, and that's what's worked out particularly well for the horse. I think they'll be, excuse me, pretty pleased with the run of the eventual second. Al Shibley, who did keep on going there. Thought at one stage he was going on and get past, but Vespasian was tough. And, you know, he could kick on over went up in distance over 1200. He hasn't won a huge amount. He shouldn't be going up too much for that. And Vespasian is in the winner's enclosure on the turf for the first time. Simon Ed Crisford teaming up with a Carnival winner. And it's another one for William Buick. Vespasian wins our opening contest.
Unofficial numbers here for race number 1, 10, 8, 4 and 2. 10, 8, 4 and 2. Vespasian gets the win here in a time of 57.49. Unofficial margins are half by 1. 10, 8, 4 and 2. Race 1.
So back into the winner's enclosure. William Buick ridden, the Simon and Ed Crisford trained son of Acclamation, having a second go out in the UAE. Put your hands together for Vespasian. So Will Buick just weighing in off the back of that success on Vespasian. He rides one of the sprinters later on in the Alvassal Stakes, so Charlie Uppy's Star of Mystery. Had a choice of a couple there, but off the mark tonight, Will. Well done. Take it that all went largely to plan.
Yeah, it did. He showed good speed and jumped well. He's comfortable throughout the race, and yeah, he reversed the form from his last run at Jebel Ali, so he battled on really well. He's a very genuine horse, and you know, he put it all in there.
Yeah, I guess the key was he did keep finding when the second started to get to you. It looked, you know, comfortable enough, I thought, in the end, like he was always holding the second.
Yeah, I always felt he was, and he really stuck his head out. So, you know, he very rarely runs a bad race, and it was a very well-deserved win for him.
Obviously got a ride in the sprint for 3 years later on, but just by and large, as you approach that track, you know, he wasn't too far back. It seems like it's one that you always want to be as on the speed as you can on the track.
Yeah, it's a beautiful cover of grass, and I think the track is very even. I don't think there's any sort of real bias on the track. I guess it's more where the pace is, but it's a beautiful turf track and it's in great condition.
Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, first of 9 presentations tonight, and the man that'll be doing all of them is Nakheel director Ahmad Al Ghafli. Our thanks to him, and welcome to the stage, Ahmad. As I say, he'll be up plenty this evening, and he'll be presenting this award to winning connections of Vespasian in the colours of Rubber Racing, and it's going to be collected by the winning trainer. Please welcome, we spoke to him before the race, and congratulations to Ed Crisford. Quick look at number 4, Military Option, who is on his way out for Ryan Curtolo and Fauzi Nas, who was pretty well held here last time. This should be a little bit easier on the books, but has to improve on what we've seen so far. 5 is Million Doro behind. Million Doro is the son of Bolt Doro, comes out of stall number 1. Safe Al Balushi will be looking to make good use of that stall. This horse, who is rated 84, so has a little bit to fight with Military Artist, but not a huge amount. Drop back, we'll pick up number 10 in a minute, who's being a bit of a monkey, but coming over towards us is number 9. That is Tactical Bound, another one for Fauzi Nas. Christian Demuro has ability. We saw that last time, rated 82 off the back of that. Here is number 10, who was just being tricky until the second handler came along. You can see that he just wants to go. Oscar Chavez will be on board Tokyo Tower. He needs to harness his enthusiasm, I think it's fair to say. Number 12 is newcomer Wafate, who is a son of Dialed In. The Yard have been good with their first up 2/3-year-olds, and I'm personally hoping there's another one of them, but on all known form, Military Artist is the one they've got to beat. They're in the tunnel.
So welcome back into the mounting yard here for race number 2. It is the Palm Jebel Ali presented by Nikhil over the 1600 metres here, our first race on the dirt surface. Let's head to our first horse. He's on the quick back up here, and that is Military Artist for Fauzi Nas. Andre de Vries does the riding. He was 4 lengths off Ma Yatel there last week over the 1400 metres. He steps up in distance. That form looks quite classy here compared to a few of these with exposed form on the board already. He does have to overcome a wide draw though, gate number 12. So we'll need a bit of luck in running, but does look one of the class runners here in the field. Number 3 is Guns and Glory, the 3-year-old colt by Gunrunner, Bhupat Seema trains. Tygo O'Shea to ride for Mrs. Fitriani Hay, and steps out here as a debutant, drawing a little wide here on the course, but not much to go off. We'll get a good guide here as we see this horse step out for his first start. Number 4 is Military Option, another one for the victorious team, Fauzi Nas. Ryan Curtolo to do the riding here. He was 13th, beaten 18.25 lengths off Legend of Time in a conditions event last start. Would need to improve. Number 5 is Million Doro. He's another horse having his coming out of that race there in behind Ma Yatel at Meydan. He gets the inside draw once again, which for him as a leader should aid his chances in finding his favourite spot, which is up in front, but does have the extra furlong to deal with here in this upcoming race. Saif Al Balushi does the riding for Ahmed bin Hamash. Connor Beasley jumps aboard the stablemate, Muntasir, who was very impressive under Saif Al Balushi there on debut at Jebel Ali. Copped a bit of a nasty check with about 300 metres to go. Was able to recover and run on very well through the line. Looks the pick of the yard for the stable. And as a result, their number 1 rider jumps on board here for Mr. Abdullah Al Mansouri. 7 is My Honour, 3-year-old colt by Honour Code. Patrick Cosgrave for Simon and Ed Crisford, looking for a early double on the card. He does the riding here for Mr. Hamdan Sultan Ali Al Sabusi, and he has his first ever career run for the stable. His Excellency Sheikh Hamdan with 2 runners in the race. The first we see is Precedent, spotting the black distinguishing cap drawn off the track here. Royston French rides for Salim bin Gudayat. 2 starts, closest he's got was 3.5 lengths last time out to the races. Shah Baby has since gone on and franked that form, so hopefully we see Precedent run an okay race here. 3-year-old by World of Trouble. Well, if they go hard, we'll see Tactical Bound coming late. Christian Demuro does the riding here for Fauzi Nas, the green distinguishing cap here for this runner. He was well off them there in the middle stages, but motored home to record a faster last sectional than any other sectional in the race, and the fastest 200 there of the meeting. So nice times here, and a promising run last time out. Just will require a hot tempo up in front, and there are a few in this who should provide a genuine enough race. Tokyo Towers, the 10, Oscar Chavez for Musaba El Mahiri. He's had the 1 start at Abu Dhabi. Luckless there and was beaten away. He's looking to bounce back here. Oscar Chavez replaces Bernardo Pinheiro. Well, he's partnered by the Sice with the best mustache in UAE racing. Velvet Cactus, Markel Barcelona and Salim bin Gudayat have this runner here. He's had a few times and a few attempts at the races in his 4 starts. He was not bad in behind Shah Baby there, beaten 3/4 of a length at Jebel Ali last start. That was over this distance of 1,600 metres. He comes back to a flatter surface here at Meydan and going the other way as well. He's not too far from winning a race here, Velvet Cactus. Maybe this might be a little bit too deep and tough of a race for him. Well, Why Fight is the unknown horse in the race here. Ben Cohen for Michael Costa, our leading trainer, and His Highness Sheikh Ahmed, our leading owner so far in season 2023-24. And Why Fight is out for his first ever career run. He's a 3-year-old colt by Dialed In, out of a Sire Bellamy Road, out of a Bellamy Road mare in Castle Road. Interesting to see how he fares here tonight. Why Fight, he is an unknown quantity, but looks to be a horse bred to have a bit of ability. Number 2 is Fayyad for Richard Mullen and Bupat Seema for Mr. Ali Haddad. 1 start at Jebel Ali at the end of last year. Beaten a distance, heads to Meydan for the first time. And another debutant here. Jose de Silva rides for Doug Watson and Mr. Syed Hashish. It is Sunday Bell, the 3-year-old filly by Catholic Boy. Drawn a little wide here for her debut, and we'll hopefully see her run a decent race. Conditions give her a weight of 55 kilograms here for her debut run.
Time to catch up with this man, Michael Costa, who's had good success this year with the 2/3-year-olds now first up, and how they've run. What are you expecting from Why Fight today?
He's a lovely horse, and he's bred to get a bit of ground, so first time out. He's a horse which we've just taken a little bit of time with, so he's not completely switched on. I think he's a horse we're just waiting for the penny to drop. So
that sounds mentally as opposed to physically.
Definitely. Mentally, he's just still working what it's all about, and I think today's race will really make him come on, but I've got a decent opinion of this horse, and I think if he runs up to his looks, he could be in for a Derby campaign.
Okay, interesting. So I was going to, distance-wise, this is sort of a starting point.
Yeah, I think he'll just be getting hot. He needs every bit of the mile and plus. So he's a horse which, when we work at home, he really struggled to get him tired. So he's still learning what it's all about, but we're interested to see how he comes on from tonight.
Has that been sort of, I don't know if it's been fun for you, but it must have been quite an interesting jigsaw with the amount of nice young horses that the yard have, working out when to run them, who to run who against, if you like.
Yeah, it's interesting because, back home in Australia, you've got racing all around year. Here you've got to hit certain targets, and when he showed that he was a horse with ability and also a horse which was going to get over ground, he was the one that we earmarked to really be hitting the peak at the end of the season.
And have you, would you say, by and large, you've got more dirt horses in the yard than turf horses, or is that not necessarily the case?
Yeah, it is. I think every stable's got to have that major bunch of dirt horses here, and we have that smaller portion of turf horses. And there's no rules as well. Some of those turf horses they come over onto the dirt, and you can also bring some of the dirt on the turf. So you've got to have a nice sort of blend against everything, because there's just so many different sort of races that you can run in.
Thanks for your time. Good luck here.
Thank you. Cheers.
That feed looks more and more delicious by the day. That was served up at the Meydan at breakfast. I'd be there. Wafate's best turned out ahead of this first start. Well done to him, and well done to the winning groom of Wafate, and that is Norshed Alam. Well done, Norshed. There he was. And our men there, Son and Romola, thank you very much, both of you. That sign is going nowhere, and they are the men responsible for the Zabil feed signatory there. And our thanks to Iftikhar presenting the award. Well done to Norshed. He takes home 650 dirham. That is the prize for the winning groom, for the best turned out winner. And that is horse number 12. Before having a closer look at these, just to let you know, Tiger Crusade in race number 3, horse 4 Tiger Crusade does not run. A late scratching from race 3, I'm afraid, is Tiger Crusade. That is horse number 1, it's Military Artist. There are some negatives for him based on where he's drawn. Won't necessarily help him, his run style as well. He's going to have to be wide, but he'll probably tuck in. But the point that Pat made in the preview is that ability-wise and all-known form, he's the one to beat, because he got within 4 lengths of Marjettel last time, and that's a pretty classy animal. So he's got plenty of ability, and he took a big step forward for his first start out here. He was a winner in the UK. This is the best turnout winner, Wafate. As Michael was saying, he's a horse that should get potentially further than the 1600 metres in time and move up to the 1800 metres. Just looking at him physically, you can see why they've started at this distance. He looks a horse who will get a little bit further. But interesting comments from Michael about his temperament and how he'll need this. You know, he won't just need this to bring him on necessarily physically, if at all, but certainly mentally, and just get a bit of that street smart that you get from racing. So he might need that here. He'll come out of stall number 6. There's Million Doro with Saif Al Balushi on board. He'll be looking to make use of stall number 1. He has got pace. He was 6 3/4 lengths behind Ma Yettel, so 2 3/4 lengths behind Military Artist last time. Possibly had a better run through. The expectation is that I think Military Artist will confirm that form, but we'll see. They're both over a little bit further. Muntasir lines up on second start. Connor Beasley wasn't on board last time. He's on board here. It's the other Ahmad bin Hamash runner. Ahmad seems to have plenty of these now 3-year-olds in the yard. And this is a son of Gun Runner, who is having another go over the mile, having come up the hill last time. Not beaten too far either. Thought he looked pretty well. Velvet Cactus, he has been a bit of an enigma this year, although last time took a step forward at Jebel Ali. He does show a little bit of pace. He'll be looking to do that again here out of stall number 5. But I think on what we've seen, in fact, I think he was taken out of a race earlier on this season. Either way, he might be able to make use of the draw and the speed he shows out of 5. That's probably his best chance. But he's got a bit to find, rated 68, given that Military Artist is rated 88. Loading process is just starting then. Next few are going forward, including Muntasir. I guess you frame the race around the form that Military Artist has. Is that good enough, or can the likes of Wafate, can the likes of any of the other newcomers in there, Guns and Glory, be good enough to go and score here? But we will see, and we'll find out in company with Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much, Tom. Looking forward to this upcoming race here. As you said, plenty of unknown qualities here. Guns and Glory, Sunday Bell, Wafate, all with their first runs this evening. And the horses with the best exposed form have some obstacles to overcome, including Military Artist here, who's on the quick backup, so you'd expect that he has come through the run well enough, the 3-year-old by Moonings. Adri de Vries, the number 1 rider for Fauzi Nas, decides to jump aboard him, but does have to overcome that wide draw, which, as we've seen in previous starts with this colt, has been a little bit of an issue at the best of times, copping a nasty check 2 starts ago, trying to come across. And that following start there, fortunately, those leaders getting away from him. We won't miss him, though. Beautiful, baldy white face on Military Artist as he comes forward. His Excellency Sheikh Hamdan with 2 runners and Precedent. Comes forward now, spots the black distinguishing cap here for Royston French. We're set to go here at the 1600 metres for race number 2. Set to run. Starter hits the lever and we are underway. Military Artist jumped exceptionally well. So much so, he's going to be able to burn across here. Million Doro will keep him off the fence, though, settling down on the inside there in a forward spot also. Fayyad was next from Tactical Bound, deeper out on the course, working up Military Option with Wafate. Muntasir slides up the inside as Million Doro slips away from the rest of the pack here. My Honor deeper out. From next in turn was Sunday Bell. Velvet Cactus was third to last from Guns and Glory. Precedent, Tokyo Tower the last one. So they are spread 20 lengths from top to tail here, and Million Doro wants to run it at his own sectionals here. Out by 6 lengths. Into second, Military Artist tacks up and toes up the rest of the field. My Honor third. Fourth, Military Option, followed there by Muntasir, just getting a wriggle on the inside and pushed along by the rider. Guns and Glory is off around them. Then came Velvet Cactus, Fayyad. Then following them was Tactical Bound. Wafate is dropping back through the field here, not liking this quick tempo here, and has dropped the bit. Being passed now by Velvet Cactus. Back in the field was Tokyo Tower, the last one Precedent as they swing the bend, and Military Artist comes past Million Doro, who has given up the gas here at this point in time with 300 metres left to travel. Guns and Glory trying to run into the race here. Tactical Bound making big bounds here in the late stages, but Military Artist is out clear here by about 4.5 lengths here on Guns and Glory. Running into it, Tokyo Tower and Tactical Bound, but he let the speed go, did Adri de Vries, and Military Artist is going to finally go home a winner. Military Artist, a good win. A length and a half on the line. Tokyo Towers come from a long way back to run into second. Shows you how fast they were going. Tactical Bound third. Guns and Glory fourth from Fayard Mayona. Then came Precedent, Velvet Cactus, Sunday Bell. Million Doro got the stitch at the 200-metre mark. Crossing over at the back of the field was Military Option rather. Wafite second to last, and Muntasir also at the back. He was one of the last ones home. Military Artist gets the win. Jumped exceptionally well, did no work to find a forward spot. And the exceptional riding of Ardrey de Vries didn't panic, let the speed go, let Million Doro have his lead, but eventually that mile brought him undone. He's had a few runs, but felt the pinch there at the 200-metre mark, came back through the field. Military Artist pounces and runs away with the prize in the second.
Well, this was the difference. Ardrey de Vries getting the horse out. Now you see he got a little bit warm, but that was the concern with 12, and at this point it was no concern. He could have led if he wanted to, but he's done the right thing in not, because there was pace on his inside. Million Doro did get to the lead. The Sheikh Ahmed colours were carried by Wafate, who got a nice early position, but he just dropped back a bit through the field. Guns and Glory has run pretty well, I thought. Early on, he showed a good bit of pace. He's just been past. He's got a bit tired late on, but this was comfortable for Military Artist. He was the best horse on ratings. He just had to overcome a slightly unfavourable draw, but he showed the relative gate speed and the nous to get out and be ridden more prominently than last time, and that's made the difference, and it was never really in doubt from the moment he got that early position, I didn't think. Really nice performance. I think Tokyo Towers ran a really encouraging race. He was proving tricky beforehand, and that's a big step up on what he showed on debut 29 days ago. He can definitely win races, I think. Tactical Bound has run on with promise late on, having been in a slightly uncompromising position. And otherwise, I don't think you get too carried away with the level of form in behind. But the winner is rated 88. He probably only had to run to that to win it, which he has. But the key was out the gates, getting him out, getting him handy. He's won pretty cosily. This Military Artist and Ardrey de Vries for Fawzi Nas. These are the closing stages. Velvet Cactus was trying to come between horses late on, but he couldn't get through in the end. Muntasir was another one trying to come through horses. It's not a hard luck story at all. He just ran out of puff a little bit late on. I guess you'd be positive about Tokyo Tower taking a big step up from his debut. Guns and Glory's run a promising race on debut, particularly what he did in the earlier mid part of the race. He's got tired. I wouldn't give up on him going forward at all, but the winner was far too good for them, really. Military Artist, son of Munnings, has scored for Ardrey de Vries and Fawzi Nas, continuing their good season.
Unofficial numbers here for race number 2, 1, 10, 9 and 3. 1, 10, 9 and 3. Military Artist gets the win, 1:39.84 the winner's time. 1 1/4 by 3/4 of a length. 1, 10, 9 and 3. Our numbers here in race 2.
So our second winner of the night, Adjutant Rees, riding in the victorious colours for Fawzi Nas. Please welcome back the winner, Military Artist. Well done to Adjutant Rees, just weighing in after that success on Military Artist. And their good start to this season continues out here. Well done, Adri. He looked on paper the horse to beat. It was just, I guess you wanted to get out and get handy from 12, and you did just that. He broke really well.
Yeah, he broke really well. We had to with that draw. He was the best horse in the race, so I made use of him. My only worry was backing him up so quickly, but it all turned out to be the right decision, I guess, to run him again. He's a big horse. He needed it badly last time because he didn't really have a run the first time out. So that's the reason why Fawzi backed him up so quickly, and I hope he'll come on again.
I mean, some horses do just handle it okay, as long as I guess they don't have too hard a race, which he didn't last time.
Well, he did have a hard race. He did get tired, so... but Fawzi freshened him up. We only put the saddle on him twice, I think, after the race. He had a little swim and a bit on the treadmill, so it did the job.
And the team seem pretty solid this year. Got some nice horses. It's been a good carnival for you and Fawzi so far.
Absolutely, we made a good start. We have some nice youngsters. We got a few nice fillies as well, so let's hope it continues.
And as far as this horse goes, sort of Derby credentials, do you think that's realistic or not?
I'm not sure if he stays. I think a mile is the maximum, but we'll see how he keeps improving.
Good stuff, well done.
Thanks, Tom.
Cheers.
And that is correct weight here in race number 2. Correct weight 1, 10, 9 and 3. Winner's time 1:39.84. Margins 1 1/4 by 3/4 of a length. Military Artist, our winner of race.
Okay, there is the trophy that is being presented by Director Nakhil, Mr. Ahmad Al-Ghafli, and he'll be presenting the awards to our winning connections. Well done to Victorious Racing. We've heard from Adjutant Rees, winning trainer not here, but going up to collect the awards. Please show your appreciation for Dr. Simon Abbott. All right, it's time for the first of tonight's Faces at the Races, where you've got to smile for your chance to win. 500 dirham could be yours. You head to the reward centre to collect it. Oh, mysterious. I like it. Who's the winning face? Got to have some pearly whites for us to pick you out. Where are you? Tonight's first Faces at the Races. We want smiles. And if it is your face who is winning, then you are going to collect 500 dirham for the first of tonight's winners of Faces at the Races. But who's it going to be? Could be you, madam. Could be you, sir. I like that behaviour with the iPad at the table. Good work there. And it could be, I tell you, it could be you, sir. You'd have been my winner with that moustache, but it's you, madam. You are tonight's first winner of Faces at the Races. Smile, you've won 500 dirham. Well done to you. And away from your daughter next to you, we can see the little hand. That's lovely. For a family night at the races, you are tonight's first winner of Faces at the Races. 500 dirham is yours. Enjoy your meal.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we head into the paddock for race number 3. It is the Como Residences presented by Nikhil. Racing for 190,000 dirham here over the 1,400 metres on turf. Let's head to our first horse, number 1, Wanis. He's a 5-year-old gelding here for Jim Crowley and Doug Watson. 62 kilograms here, carrying the top weight in the event here. Start number 12 for the career, 4 from 11 so far, and a nice campaign starter there over the 1,400 at Jebel Ali. Beaten a distance, but was pulled up in the final stages there. He will be much more suited here to the turf this evening as he steps out second up for the season. Shadwell also have Al Karama in the race here. Black distinguishing cap for Musaba Al Mahiri. Sam Hitchcock to do the riding here on the 8-year-old Entire by Warfront. He's had the 30 starts. He's one of the more experienced runners here in this upcoming race. And he's looking to hopefully take some of that experience here and be able to find himself in the mix. He was an okay performer there at Meydan for his 3rd up run, and he steps up in distance here, 4th up, his 3rd run of the campaign here at Meydan. First view is a 7-year-old Entire by Exceed and Excel. Charlie Bennett rides for Syed bin Saror, who wear the red distinguishing cap here. 17 starts for 4 wins and 2 seconds. And has his first run here for the season, although he did do quite a bit of racing through the middle part of this year. His last run was on the 9th of September at Kempton Park on the all-weather surface. Number 4 is a scratching Tiger Crusade. We head to the 5, Goya Chica, for Richard Mullen and Musaba Al Mahiri. 6-year-old gelding. He's had the 22 starts for 3 wins and 3 minor placings. 3rd up here for the current campaign, and steps up in distance once again, having his first run here under lights at Meydan, with the 2 runs so far being over the sprint trips at Jebel Ali. Well, Aswan, he was a very impressive winner first up over this trip of over a mile, where he was able to go on and score under Bernardo Pinheiro. He dropped back in distance to the 1,400 at Meydan 2 starts ago and returned back to the mile 3rd up. So he's been bouncing around distances, has Aswan, the 5-year-old by Caravaggio. Oscar Chavez rides him here 4th up for the campaign. Molokab is our next runner to have a look at in the paddock here. Michael Costa trains, Ben Cohen rides the 4-year-old colt by Zoostar. He's out of a Galileo mare, and he comes into this having 1 win and 2/3 on turf from 4 starts. His first ever run on dirt was last start for that first up performance, and he was down the track on that day, beaten nearly 10 lengths. He will appreciate the switch over to the grass, and conditions suit him much better for this 2nd up run. Expect improvement. 8 is Beautiful Secret. She's a 5-year-old mare by Invincible Spirit. Christian Demuro rides here for Syed bin Saror in the white distinguishing cap. 8 starts, 2 wins and 3 minor placings, and makes her way here to the UAE. Hopefully can run a decent race here from a good gate. Bell goes for riders to climb aboard. Here's a horse that's up on his toes, and that is the 9 in Sim. 4-year-old gelding by Fastnet Rock, also out of a Galileo mare from Musaba Al Mahiri. Case Al Basadi will take 2.5 off, getting this runner down to 56.5 kilograms. For career start number 4 and a Meydan debut. 10 is Mountbatten. Bernardo Pinheiro rides for Musaba Al Mahiri, who has plenty of runners in this race. A very good hand, having the debut here as well in the UAE. 7 starts, 4 wins and 2 minor placings. Great form overseas, a winner of his last 2 before making his way here, but hasn't raced since May of 2023. Number 11 is changing colours. 4-year-old gelding by Dabawi. Also for Musaba Al Maheri. Sandro Paiva does the riding. 1 win, 2 seconds from 6 starts. Second up for the campaign here was down the track, running 12th in a 1,000-metre first up performance. Will appreciate the switch over to grass and also the jump in distance to a much more suitable trip. Fight Zone. He has had a few runs here already this season. He'll get fitter and fitter as he continues on through this preparation, because he was coming in off a long break there, returning to the races here as a 6-year-old after last being seen in 2-year-old events. Looking to break through for that first win here in the UAE. He'll be on speed, but we'll see whether conditions suit him better here as he steps out in trip. 13 is Ranchero. He's had the 2 runs this season. Looking to improve here. Tygo Shea rides for Bupat Sema. Will need some luck from the gate. Ahmed Bin Hamash saddles up Triple Venture for Connor Beasley. 1 win from 14 starts, but has been in the placings on 10 occasions. A very honest horse here coming into this, and hopefully can run accordingly. Connor Beasley sticks for Ahmed Bin Hamash for career start number 15. Al Kazna comes into this for Saeed Bin Saror and Godolphin. Gabriel Maloon does the riding. He makes a return here to Meydan. We'll need further than this. Last seen here at Meydan over a 2,000-metre trip. This looks a start of campaign run for him from a distance perspective. Look for him once he gets over further. The Caribbean had a good gutbuster last time out. Had a good blow there. Gets 53 kilos coming into this race here, the 3-year-old. Royston French jumps aboard for career start number 10. Hopefully can improve here. This looks slightly, looks like a similar race to what he faced here last time out, but you'd expect improvement here from the 3-year-old colt by No Nay Never. That's our look at race number 3's runners, and they head out to the 1,400 metres here. We'll be set to go very, very soon for race number 3 on the card.
So that is the horse on the way down, the Caribbean, and this is the trainer, Heather Main. Welcome back to Meydan again. Obviously, you brought this horse out for a run last time, and now second up. Has he come on for it, do you think?
Definitely, and he had the worst draw of the worst, and we didn't want to really blast him. We wanted him to be confident, and so we just rode him conservatively, and I think that was the right thing to do. And he's come on a huge amount, I think. So.
Will the ride be slightly different this time, do you think, from a slightly better draw?
Definitely, yeah. We're
not going to tuck in this time?
No, we're going to use our draw. Yeah, we'll go forward, yeah.
What's he like as an individual? You were saying to me off camera there, he's pretty straightforward, touch wood, pretty reliable.
Yes, he's very professional, very grown up. He's obviously had very good training before. He knows his job, and I think we're lucky to have him.
Was he did you sort of go after him for a horse to bring out here, or which order did it go in, if you see what I mean?
Kind of, yeah. We saw him and we just couldn't resist, and we're absolutely delighted that we got him.
Yeah. And you've been out here before with Ida Brave a few years ago?
Yes, yeah. He's a real star, winning the Oldborough Cup twice in a row, and we had a great time out here. But he's still going. But he's 10 years old. But I think he's too old to come out here now, isn't he? But he's still going at home.
But it's nice that you found another horse to come out here with. So it's obviously it's nice out here. But it's not just all about that. It's about finding the right horse and getting the right horse to travel out here.
We have 4 out here, and it's working out even better because we can work them together, and it's just quite tough when you just bring one out.
Yeah, and I guess for the staff as well. So strength in numbers helps on that.
Yeah, it does. No, it's easier.
We wish you all the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. Good luck. Cheers. Thank you. 650 dirham then for the winning groom each race, and the best turned out award for this contest has gone to horse number 5. That is Goa Cheka. Well done to him. Well done to the winning groom, Narayan Singh. And that is being presented by Iftikhar Hussain. First place for the best turned out award for race number 3, Goa Cheka. And well done to Narayan, the winning groom. And that's being presented by Iftikhar Hussain on behalf of Zabil Feed. Our thanks to them for the continuous support of the Best Turned Out Award. So let's have a closer look at some of these. It's a tricky enough contest to solve, given the amount of runners in here and the unexposed nature of some of them. This horse would fit that bill with 5 starts so far, 1 win on the turf to his name. That, of course, came in the UK. He's had 1 go out here. It's a Zoo Star. I thought it was interesting that it was on the dirt, and it may just be that this horse will improve back on the turf. Molakab didn't run badly necessarily last time. So the loading process is well underway. There's Aswan going forward. Remember, Tiger Crusade is a late scratching. Pat and I both agree on 1 ease here, so apologies to Pat, because he's 2 from 2 coming into this. But I might just have stuffed his chances. But I do think 1 ease is a well-treated horse. Just whether or not he wants a little bit further would be my one slight concern, but otherwise I'd be very positive about him. Good luck to Heather Mains, the Caribbean here, who's heading in. 1 of 4, as Heather says, she's got out here this year. That's great to see. Come back with so many horses this year. But you can make a case for a few of them. Christian Jamuro on Beautiful Secret, 1 of 3 in the race for Saeed bin Saror. Loading process is well underway. Pat, all yours.
Thank you very much, Tom. Only a couple more to load away. Fight Zone. We'll see him going forward, you'd say. Comes up here, 1 of 3 runners tonight for Julio Olajuara. Triple Venture coming up to join the line, and Al Khazna, with the blindfold applied, will continue and complete the field here. 3 runners for Saeed bin Saror here, and the Godolphin team, we're set to go. Racing for the 1400, Ranchero stood there, missed it 4 lengths. Al Karama goes back in the early stages. Al Khazna, Harsam, Beautiful Secret's getting a wriggle on as well after being half a stride slow. So they make their way past the 1200 metres. Changing Colours is going to take over the running, leading by 2.5 lengths. The Caribbean second. Fight Zone having to work to find his usual forward spot, followed by Molakab, who's up on the running rail. Next came Triple Venture from First View, Goya Chica. Beautiful Secret's about 4 back on the inside, spotting the lead 7 from Mountbatten, who's 3 wide with a back at this stage. Aswan next. From next in turn there, Wan Nice, Al Karama deeper out on the track, working up into it. Hasim followed there next by Al Karama, who's dropping back through the field now to second last, and detached at this point in time of the running was Ranchero. So he's got early dinner reservations, I'd say, here. Changing Colours. He's out clear by 5 or 6 lengths. The Caribbean, a lot more positive today, has the chasing role. Molakab next, followed by Beautiful Secret. Mountbatten starting to run on here late, but Changing Colours has continued his lead here. He's still got a 5-length buffer here with about 150 metres left to travel, and Changing Colours coming down to the line will be chased by Molakab, but it is a gate-to-wire victory here in race 3. Changing Colours, too good for Sandro Paiva. Second across the line, Molakab. Tight third, maybe Aswan, followed there by Beautiful Secret, Mountbatten, Warnice, and Hasim was next, followed by Triple Venture. Then came the Caribbean Fight Zone, crossing over with Al Karama, Al Khazna back to First View. Then came unfortunately Ranchero, whose race was over and done with there in the early stages, and Goya Chica was one of the last ones to cross over. Changing Colours, they had a plan in play there, and he was too slick for them from gate number 1. Goes up to a very decent lead of at least half a dozen lengths, and when they tried to close ranks with 400 metres to go, he had enough in the tank to keep them at bay. Molokab, a massive improvement by the son of Zoustar heading out onto the turf. We'll see him back at the races and competitive very soon, but changing colours runs them ragged here in race 3.
Yeah, Sandro Pava has, well, he's nicked it basically. He's got an easy out in front. It certainly looked that way on the clock, and now he's looking around, and ultimately the group in behind just had a bit too much ground to make up, and changing colours. Look, he's, I guess, a bit like the second, improved for a first start out here at Jebel Ali, off the back of coming over from the UK, and you know, has taken a big step forward from that, but was definitely advantaged by the ride and where he was positioned. The draw, he made good use of that out of 1, but just turning in. Mentioned that when the rail's out here, you're sort of loath to challenge on the wide sweeping bend too early because you're going to be covering too much ground. But at this point, the rest just had too much ground to make up. I'd be very positive about Molokab, who has run really well back on the turf. He's one to take out of it. I was keeping a close eye on One Ease. He travelled very, very well, and he's stayed on. I think he wants further. Also, he was not ideally positioned given how the race panned out. So he's one to keep an eye on going forward. I think, although he's finished 7th, I do think he'll improve for a step up in distance. And I think that the second over this distance again is worth keeping on side. Not to say that changing colours can't go in again, but he's definitely been advantaged by how the race has panned out. And he, in the end, has, well, run out a pretty comfortable winner, but it was comfortable from pretty early on in the race. Changing colours is son of Dubawi. It's not that he's not bred for the dirt. He handled it okay last time, but he's done well on the turf there. Takes his record of 2 from 6. And it's a Carnival winner again for Musabra Al-Meri here with Sandro Pava on board. Changing colours takes race number 3.
Unofficial placings here for the Como residences presented by Nikhil over the 1400 metres. 11, 7, 6 and 8. 11, 7, 6, 8. Winner's time 1:22.66. Margins 2 by 3 3/4 lengths. Changing colours takes race 3.
Sandro Pava saluting the crowd as he comes back on the Musabra Al-Meri train, winner of race number 3, Changing Colours. Well, well done to All Connections. We saw Musaber Al-Meri smiling away there. Tell you what, he'd win faces at the races. And here's the winning rider, Sandra Pava. A huge congratulations. Well done to the horse. Well done to you. Great ride.
Yeah, thank you. All the credit for the horse. It's a perfect performance, and well, travel so nice always, and they keep it going. Much I'm asking him to go, he's giving me more and more. Yeah, and thank you for Mr. Mozav as well. Give me the opportunity again.
Obviously, you were well drawn in one if you wanted to go forward, but did you feel that you were never doing too much? You were always travelling quite comfortably on the front end.
Yeah, he had a very good break. It was different for the first time out. He was in Jebel Ali, missed the break. This time he jumped well and gave me good travel always. So I think I was very comfortable with that. And yeah, soon I hit the straight and look a little bit back and see we are in good vantage. So I asked him, he wants to be the rest of the trip.
Be nice if they were all like that, wouldn't it?
Oh, all good. Thank you.
Well done.
And that is correct weight in the Como Residences presented by Nikhil. 11, 7, 6 and 8. Correct weight, changing colours. The official winner.
Okay, please welcome to the stage once again Ahmad Al-Ghafli, a director at Nikhil. Our thanks to him and to Nikhil for supporting the entirety of tonight's card. Changing Colours was the winner. Has won in the colours of Sheikh Abdulaziz bin Hamad Al Nuaimi, and collecting the award on his behalf, please welcome to the stage Abdullah Mahama. And the winning trainer, Musaber Al-Meri, going up too, with a few from the entourage. Well done to all involved. Okay, runners are making their way out ahead of our next race, so I'm glad we chose to come inside. We're going to have to follow one of them out. We're going to do that with horse number 7, who's just alongside us. This could be the pace angle in the race. I think we know what this horse is going to try and do. Going to try and get out and play catch me if you can. And it's not certain they will. Number 8 behind is Echo Point. He could have a good setup here with Christian Demuro in the saddle out of 5. I think this trip will suit that little bit better than the last time he was on the dirt here, where I think he was just a little bit stretched. So I think a handy ride from stall number 5 over 1400 is going to be just what he wants. We'll leave him and turn around to number 9, who's behind us. That's Tafrij, horse number 9 for Jim Crowley. Ali Al-Badwawi is the trainer who this horse is yet to try the surface. He should be fine. This is Shamadal, so that's positive. We'll see how he goes. Number 5 is the last of them we're going to touch on, just walking towards us. The Great Collection. It'd be brilliant if this horse was to go in the Great Collection. He's 10 now. He's very capable here, although probably a bit better over the mile, but off a mark of 97. He's not quite the force of old, but he'd be a very, very popular winner.
Runners into the mounting yard here for race number 4. And as we begin the parade, we head to our first runner, and that is Morning. Coming back from Group 3 company here. We saw him win 2 starts ago. That's handicap grade. It was a 75 to 95. He's in an 80 to 100 handicap here this evening. Carries the 61 kilos under Richard Mullen, who has ridden in the last few starts, including to victory. Gets an inside gate here. 2 wins so far from 8 starts. Looking to make it 3 wins from 9 this evening. He'll find this much easier than the field he contested last time out. Joining him off a rating of 100 is Roadblock. 61 kilos here for Osama Rafai. Oscar Chavez will continue his association with this son of Street Sense, who is 3 from 10. We know the winner of quite a few races last season. We haven't seen him do his best work here for quite some time. His 2 runs so far this season have seen him be beaten by over 8.5 lengths on both occasions. Back to 1400 metres here and out of group company. This looks an easier task. Bay of Honour, the son of Shamadal, copped a nasty check earlier in the race. He's also coming out of listed company, where he was in behind Colour Up, beaten 4.75 lengths. Considering he was 5 or 6 lengths detached from the rest of the field, he made up a good amount of ground here under James Doyle last start. Tygo Shea jumps back aboard here, and he rides for Mr. Muhammad Khalil Ahmed and Bupat Seema, Bay of Honour, here in race number 4. 4 is Magic Petition, the 4-year-old gelding. He's had the 9 starts for 1 win and 3 minor placings, dropping out of group company. Back into a handicap here for Ahmed bin Hamash, and Connor Beasley jumps back on board here, who has had a couple of nice runs on him so far this season. He was on board first up and second up, where he went down last time at this grade second, first up, beaten a neck there by Leading Spirit. He's capable. Well, it's a 3rd up run for the Great Collection for Audrey de Vries and Doug Watson. He's a 10-year-old now here, the Great Collection. last start at Jebel Ali. He was down the track there over 1,400 metres. He stays at the distance, but he heads back to Meydan. Hopefully can pick up a nice performance here, back in a suitable grade here as well, on a surface he has had some success at the past. Last start, maiden winner Cal Barg heads to Meydan. He was a runner at this track and distance in maiden grade in the late part of last season. Under John Van Overmeer, he was beaten a neck running third to Norbano, who we saw running a little earlier on. But he was an eight length maiden winner, and he comes up against proven company here this evening as he returns to Meydan for the second time in his career. Number 7 is Meshakal from Macau, Barcelona, and Salim bin Gadaya. Last seen at Jebel Ali, he was down the track on that occasion. Haven't seen him at Meydan in a while. He's been doing a lot of racing elsewhere at the other tracks. But back to Meydan here. He's got 2 wins and 7 minors from 16 starts. Looking to hopefully make an impression here. Third up for the season. Number 8 is Echo Point, the 6-year-old gelding by Dabawi for Christian Demuro. Musaba Al-Mahiri looking for race-to-race doubles here at Meydan after taking out the last. This one for Mr. Nasser Asker. Start number 14 of the career, 1 win and 5 seconds. He wear the yellow distinguishing cap here for Christian Demuro in race number 4. And last but not least, Shadwell saddle up Tafrige here. Jim Crowley will do the riding on the 4-year-old by Shamadal. 1 win from 10 starts. He's got 3 seconds to his name. We're hoping to translate some of that European form. Coming out of Stakes Company, beaten a half last time to the races, over 1,400 metres. The question mark is, will he handle the dirt surface here in Dubai? That's our look at the runners for race number 4. Only 9 to head to the track here for this race over 1,400 metres. The Palm Beach Towers, presented by Nikhil. Runners on their way out to the post.
Well, the last horse we looked at heading down into the tunnel to the Parade Ring is the Great Collection. He is best turned out winner. We'll get to that, but he's trained by this man, and he brought up a big number for you one time, didn't he? This horse. Was he that one that brought up your one of your records?
He was the 500th win, yeah. So that was about 300 and some odd wins ago. So he's been with us a long time. We got him as a 2-year-old. He's a tricky animal. But he's run some really nice races, ran in a World Cup for us and got a check. And he's just been a star and just turned 10. And I was just showing, when you walked up to me there, I was just showing them, he's run 41 times with blinkers on. And he's just been a little bit, you know, I just said, why not take him off one time? From the first race of his life in America to now, he had run with blinkers on. So we took him off him. He trains well at home. He looks fantastic, as he always does. And yeah, every once in a while he'll try here. So hopefully it's tonight.
Well, when you take him off a horse who's had him on for so long, what do you expect?
Well, a couple weeks ago we took him off Al Tariq. He had been kind of just not finishing off his races and just not real enthusiastic, and kind of the way he is. Maybe it's because he's 10 years old, but he ran a really nice race, ran second the other night, Al Tariq, and talked to the owner. I said, why don't we just take him off? He's never run without him, so we don't know how he could, do without him. So we just took him off tonight, and we'll see what happens.
And Adri knows him. I know he's obviously not one of your main riders necessarily, but he knows him pretty well.
He does. He's ridden him a lot, and they have a semi-good connection there. When he wants to win, he goes ahead and wants to run big, he'll do that. So yeah, he likes him, and they're a good combo.
And it takes a proper horse to have that longevity on the dirt, I think.
Yeah. No, he's been, touch wood, he's been sound for us for this long, and just been a real good servant. And I think he's made like $700,000 over here. I don't know what that is in dirhams, but 2.5 million dirhams for us over here over this year.
I was going to try and work it out, Doug, and thankfully you beat me to it.
I think it's about that, but he's a neat horse, and hopefully he runs nice here.
Great stuff. Well done.
All right, appreciate it.
Cheers. All right, time for our best turned out award then. 650 dirham to the winning groom. And that is our thanks to Zabil Feed for that. And the winning horse, as I've already said, is the Great Collection. There is the Great Collection. A few moments ago, of course. He's not in the parade ring now. And there is the winner. Well done to the winning groom, Hanuman Singh. He's being presented that by Ziad Al-Hawat from Zabil Feed. 650 dirham to the winning groom, and our thanks to Zabil Feed. Okay, there they are. There are some of the runners down at the start for race number 4. That is the Sheikh Ahmed horse, Carl Barg for Ben Cohen and Michael Costa. This horse was in good nick when seen last time. Don't mind the step up and trip. Obviously, it translates pretty well normally from going over the shorter up the hill at Jebel Ali to over a little bit further. He's run well over course and distance before. Excuse me, that was on the turf he ran over when not beaten too far, and now having another go on the dirt. But this one at this track. Carl Barg coming out of 4. Morning lines up for Richie Mullen and Bupat Seemar. Morning, who was in the winner's enclosure a couple of starts ago. That was behind Al Tariq. That was the race that Doug Watson was mentioning, I think. And Richie Mullen was on board that day. He's having another go for Nasser Asker. He'll come out of stall number 2, Mornings, a sizable son of Munnings. Here's Bay of Honour. We heard Pat Comerford being pretty positive about this horse earlier on. He come out of stall number 8, the son of Shamadal. He's back up in distance. And as he said, it didn't work out last time. James Dorr was on board. He got a bit of a bump. That was in better company than this. He's dropping down in grade, and he'll be hoping for a smoother passage. Tiger Shea on for Bhupat Seema. And there is Tafrij, who lines up now for Ali Al-Badwawi. Jim Crowley on board. And Tafrij will come out of stall number 6. He hasn't been seen for a little while. Back on the 8th of September was the last start. It's a good one as well. He's got form with High Bank, who runs a little bit later on the card. And this horse is making his dirt debut. It's a Shamadal. It may suit. Loading process well underway. Expect Meshakel to go forward, I would have thought, out of stall number 7. I'm hoping that suits Echo Point, who should get a nice sit out of 5. With Sabra Al-Mary looking for a quick fire double. But just the 9 in here, and it's open. And we're about halfway through the loading process. Here's Pat.
Open it is, Tom. Thank you very much. Got about 4 runners left to go. Kelbarg, since he's had that headwear taken off, he's just a little extra cautious about where he is at this point in time as they link arms and get him to move forward here into the gates. Joining the Great Collection. It's a very spread field here. 4-year-olds are plenty, but a couple of seasoned veterans, including the Great Collection, the 10-year-old who comes into this race here. Looking for some more prize money as we are set to go in race number 4, Racing. Morning was slow, so was Tafrij. Roadblock jumped well from the inside. Kelbarg shooting through. Magic Petition also in a forward spot, and after being a little slow, Tiger O'Shea is going to work Bay of Honour up into a forward position. He's a little wide at this point in time. Meshakal was next, followed there by Echo Point, who's going to drop back into 5th position. Then came dropping back through the field. About 4 lengths off the main pack was Morning, and another 5 lengths back sees Tafrij along with the Great Collection, who is not going with the gallop. So 750 metres left to travel. They work onto the side section of the course, and Roadblock has been pestered the entire way. Kelbarg is outside. Bay of Honour still within a half length. Magic Petition there as well. In behind them, getting a conservative run, is Echo Point. Demuro looking to pinch inside runs here very shortly. Next was Meshakal from Morning. The Great Collection passes Tafrij, who will not go on the surface as they come into the straight. And it is Kelbarg who leads the neck. Roadblock in for the fight. Echo Point weaving through the inside. Now starts to lift with the conservative run through the middle stages. Here's the Great Collection coming from well back here as well with Morning and Magic Petition. It's Echo Point. Look at the old boy rattling home. The Great Collection blinkers off, and it is a green light and a win for the Great Collection. He turns back the clock and wins big time here. Beats home Echo Point and Morning. Then came Kelbarg, Roadblock, followed by Magic Petition. Then came crossing over the line there, Meshakal, followed by Bay of Honour, who dropped back through the field, and Tafrij was the last one home. The Great Collection, welcome back to the winner's circle. The 10-year-old, he was not going well there in the early stages, whether that was by plan or not. He was well off the rest of the field. He has been able to slide up the inside under Adri de Vries, who knows this horse very, very well. And he has been able to give his owners one more win here, and maybe more wins to come as well. The old boy gets the job done here in race number 4. And I'm sure this will be one of the more heartfelt wins of the night here. Tom Stanley, as we head back to you.
Well, that's a great result for the purist. Lovely to see. Good old The Great Collection. He's going the shortest way round. He's hugging the rail. And whether or not you wanted Echo Point, you'd have to have a heart of stone. And mine nearly is, not to want The Great Collection to get home. And Adri still had to be patient here. He probably felt he had a bit of horse underneath him. He did. He was going to go inside. Then he came outside. Dare I say it, he's won a bit snugly in the end. And I thought Christian Demura gave the second the ideal ride in a race where they probably just all in all as a bunch went a bit too hard for anything that was up there, and the Great Collection has got back on top here. Blinkers off, that's the angle. Keep your eye on Adrian de Vries, just trying to get through the gap on the inside, then he switches out once again, then he switches out again. I think Christian Demura probably thought he had the race sewn up, but the Great Collection was always going that little bit better. And he's won, I think, with a little bit in hand in the end. This is a group horse dropping back in company. He might be 10. He brought up Doug's 500th winner when he's, I don't know, brought up his goodness knows how many now. But excellent stuff from Adrian de Vries. That is the thing, if you're going to sit off it, you may as well go the shortest way around. By that time, the kickback doesn't really affect you and you're not covering too much ground. That said, this horse does handle kickback. You know, it's nice when you've got a horse who can afford you the time that this horse does, just to get into a rhythm and produce him late on. That's exactly what Adrian de Vries has done. The Great Collection wins again at Meydan.
Unofficial numbers for the Palm Beach Towers, presented by Nikhil, 5, 8, 1 and 6. The Great Collection picks up another win in his career. 5, 8, 1, 6. Winner's time 125.04. Margins won by a neck. 5, 8, 1 and 6.
Thank you.
Adrian de Vries coming back into the winner's circle. One of the most popular horses out here, one of the longest serving still in racing. Welcome back in the Great Collection. Adrian de Vries back in the winner's enclosure. Second time tonight. And you and this horse, you know, you've got plenty of experience between you, Adrian, I think it's fair to say, and you know the horse very well. What were you thinking early in the race?
It's always the same, and I mean, he's gone back even to 7 furlongs now, because we had no other options, but he drops himself out. You just gotta leave him alone. He makes up his own mind, and once he started picking up in the turn, I had a good feeling I was always going to get there. First time without blinkers in his life, I think. So he went down the start like it was the first start in his life. So sometimes you gotta change something, and yeah, Doug's done a great job with him to keep him interested.
Is it sometimes the case with him that in the mid part of the race you sort of know your fate then? Sometimes you think it's not a going day, but you knew it was today.
Yeah, today he gave me the feeling. I rode him last time in Jebel Ali. He didn't go one tap for me, but today he showed a little bit of his old form.
I thought it was quite comfortable in the end, wasn't it?
Very comfortable, yeah, because halfway the straight I was only thinking don't get there too soon, because I know he can prick his ears. So yeah, good job to the team.
Great stuff, Wally.
Thanks.
And correct weight given, 5, 8, 1 and 6, the Great Collection. Victorious in the Palm Beach Towers, presented by Nikhil. 125.0 for the time, won by a neck. Correct weight, race 4.
Popular winner, the Great Collection, and will be meeting the man receiving the award soon enough. Presenting once again Mr. Ahmed Al-Ghafli, who is the director at Nikhil, supporting all of the races this evening. Our thanks to them and to Ahmed, who makes his way up to present the award. To collecting on behalf of the winning owner, it's the winning trainer of the Great Collection, Mr. Doug Watson. Doug Watson joins me on stage, and I'm sure you were absolutely delighted with that, Doug. What were you thinking watching it? Because we caught up with you beforehand, and I don't think you knew what to expect, but he's won.
Halfway, I thought blinkers off wasn't a good idea, but Andre just knows how to trick him into the race. You know, you can't force him in there, and he just gave him his time to come to himself. And when he turned in, he started picking up. We were all like, myself, Dion, and Mark were just standing there like, he's got a chance. And then he's a neat horse, and you know, he's been running in group and listed races for 5-6 years now, and coming back down to handicap, and hopefully that's what did it, taking the blinkers off. But I think when he decides to run, he can.
I felt that the crowd, that wasn't lost on them exactly what that meant to you and the whole team, sort of, you know, seeing him come with a late run. And that's part of it as well, the way he does it, I think. It gets the crowd going.
Yeah, no, he got us going anyway, I know that. And it's a neat win for the yard. Billy Wilkinson gets on him every day. Jason Wilkinson, but everybody calls him Billy. And he does a nice job with him. He's a little bit tricky in the morning, and he works so slow. We've never know where we stood with him. You know, the way he works in the morning, the fast work that he does. So it's just neat for the whole yard. And you know, like I said, he's 10 years old. He's been with us since 2017 or 16, I think we got him. And so it's been a while.
I take it you're not working back a master plan for the Godolphin Mile.
No. That's nice to get him back to the handicap level. And you know, we're going to have to run again at some point, as long as he comes out of that all right. And we'll figure out what that is later.
Just the two new starters for you later on in the same race. Obviously, they're pretty interesting on paper. What can you tell us about them?
They both work very well at home. They were trained well where they were. They both win a lot. And their work at home has been exceptional. They've been over here to work, and they're two big, strong horses, and you know, we think we have a chance in there.
Okay. Sort of ready enough for tonight, both of them?
Oh, they're ready, yeah. They did. They came off, they kept training in Russia and Kazakhstan, I think, after they finished their last race, which was just a few months ago. And when we got them, they were pretty fit, and they've had some real nice work since we got them. So we're looking forward to see how they compete against these guys.
Hopeful. Good stuff.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, Faces at the Races, part 2. Here we go. Who's it going to be? Big smiles, please. 500 dirham could be coming your way. You don't technically have to smile. You could just show your teeth in whichever way you prefer. But that's really what we want. Nice big smiles, because you're racing at Meydan. And there are plenty of worse places you could be, I assure you. And they come out from the UK at this time of year. Who's it going to be? 500 dirham is coming someone's way. You need to head to the Reward Centre Concourse B to pick it up. But tonight's second winner of Faces at the Races, that is a great choice. It's you, madam. I thought it was going to be the symbol on the man's T-shirt behind you, but it wasn't. It was you. 500 dirham is yours. Please head to the Reward Centre at Concourse B to collect your prize.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the parade ring here for race number 5. It is one of our features on the program. For 300,000 dirham, the Al Wasl Stakes presented by Nakil. 1200 metre straight in action here for our second event down the straight here tonight, and final event down the straight. Let's head into the mounting yard here and have a look at our first horse, Starlust. The 3-year-old Colts by Zoostar. Ralph Beckett to Crouch for Mrs. Fitzgerani Hay. Does draw 13, so we'll need to make his way across to the inside rail if that's where we expect them to go. The draw a little sticky, but does have plenty of X factor and Group 1 form over in Europe that he brings here tonight. Last seen in a Grade 1 where he was able to go down by only 1.25 lengths under Frankie Dettori. That was at Santa Anita. So we'll see if he's able to translate some of that form. That looks pretty good. And he is our top weight in the event, carrying the 58 kilograms. Number 2 is Myconian, 3-year-old gelding by Magna Grecia. Ben Cohen does the riding here for Amy Murphy, who comes out of a Group 2 race at Chantilly on the turf there. Just under 5 lengths, running 4th. That was back in July of 2023. So has been off the scene for around 6 months and returns here. Another horse drawn on the nearer side part of the track, out wide in gate number 12. 3 is Zorkin. Thomas Lukasek will do the riding here for Ingrid Koplakova. The 3-year-old colt here by Gokin has had 7 starts for 4 wins and 2 seconds. So very rarely runs a bad race, and was last seen at Deauville in a listed race over 1,100 metres, where he was able to go on and win there by a head. So he does have some nice form. You can translate that to the straight here at Meydan. He's drawn ideally in gate number 5. And looks a horse with plenty of ability. Well, we saw a winner by Kodiak last week down the straight, and Bombay Bazaar is just that for Bhupat Seema and Tygo Shea. Drawing the ace here, has had the 6 starts, 2 wins, 2/3, and makes the Dubai debut here for Mr. Hussein Alabas Luta. So best of luck to the connections here with Bombay Bazaar. He draws over on the right side. Number 5 is Great Truth. Now, this is one of 3 runners here for Godolphin across 2 stables. And Mikhail Barcelona does the riding here for Charlie Appleby. We wear the standard colours here, the 3-year-old colt by Dabawi. He was very impressive at Leicester in a novice, winning that race by 5 3/4 lengths, being wayward all over the straight, and was able to run up into a Group 2 race at Newmarket on the turf. He was beaten around 10 lengths on that occasion. Finds an easier field here in this conditions event, but it will be interesting to see if he translates that form over to the UAE. Definitely a winning hope if he can bring his best here this evening. There's the bell for riders to climb aboard. And number 6 is Niza. We saw him on the track here at Meydan for his debut in the Middle East on the 8th of December. To Christian Demuro, who partners him tonight. He was 11.5 lengths off them in a 1,600-metre event. They drop him back sharply in trip 2 furlongs, and he heads down the straight this evening. Hopefully a fitter horse as well. It'll be interesting to see how he goes here this evening. He was a little plain there in those final stages, but was heading onto the dirt there for the first time. Back onto the grass here for his 2nd run in the country. We move on now to number 8, and it is Salvuccio for Patrick Cosgrave and George Bowie. Mrs. Suzanne Roy. We know this stable has been able to have success down the straight already this season. Wallbank, a very impressive winner last week to the races. They've got Salvuccio here, hoping to continue on that run, and not only that run for the stable here, but also in Europe as well. George Bowie's yard going very well at the moment. This runner has been able to pick up his last 2 wins, both at Wolverhampton and Newcastle on the all-weather over 1,000 metres. We'll see if he can translate that winning form to the grass. Number 10 is Theban, who comes into this for Saif Al-Balushi and Ahmed bin Hamash. was beaten a distance last time out. Would definitely need to improve. Comes into this 4th up, has got a lot more racing under his belt than the rest of the field. Number 11, Thunder Blue, the son of a very famous straight race winner here in Dubai in Blue Point, who's under Jim Crowley this evening for Dominic French Davis. Making the UAE debut here is Thunder Blue. And looking for that 2nd win here. 7 starts for a win and 2 seconds so far. Zulu Chief, another runner for Heather Main tonight here at Meydan. Patrick Dobbs to do the riding here. Number 12, the 3-year-old colt by Zoostar. So multiple Zoostar progeny out here this evening, and hopefully can make his impression felt here in race number 5. Star of Mysteries made his way out to the start nice and early. And William Buick was a winner at Haydock and Newmarket a few starts ago in July and June of last year. He's had the 2 runs since then at stakes and Group 2 company over this trip of 1,200 metres, and wasn't too far away. He is a listed winner and could be an X-Factor horse here getting in on a lightweight. Keep a close eye on him. Number 9 is 7 Questions. He's got great form from France and also the UK as well. Callum Shepherd to do the riding here for George Scott. And the victorious team looking to pick up another win after Military Artist earlier in the evening. And we have Aram, the 3-year-old filly by Omaha Beach. Connor Beasley jumps on for Ahmed bin Hamash. Has had the 2 runs so far. Last start at Abu Dhabi, beaten 2.25 lengths there, over 1,400 metres, and heads down the straight here at Meydan for the first time. The first debut run here from the filly was on the dirt, so tackling the straight 6 for the first time. And last but not least will be number 7, Pure Ambition. 3-year-old gelding by Ifraj from Masaba Al Maheri. Oscar Chavez to do the riding here. Bred by Owenstown Bloodstock Limited in Ireland. Pure Ambition looks to kick off the campaign in style here down the straight. That's our runners. They make their way out onto the course here for race number 5. Our feature for the evening, it is the Al Wasl Stakes, presented by Nikhil for 300,000 dirham.
George Scott joins me, having just walked the horse and Callum Shepherd down. That's 7 Questions. He's got a bit of edge to him, has he?
Yeah, he has. But to be honest, he's prepared really well for this race. And I was pleased with the last half an hour, which is the main thing.
I guess coming out here is a slightly different ball game, right? Given the lights and the size of the stand and everything. Does that give him a bit of something extra to think about?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a change of scenery for him, but he came up here last Friday night and behaved well. They very kindly let us come up and have a look. And as I say, it's all about getting him down to the start in the right mindset. He's been such a consistent horse all last year, and I suppose when we booked the ticket, we didn't anticipate this race being quite so strong.
Yeah.
But we're pleased to be here.
Yeah. I blame possibly George Bowie for that, having had success last year, and then everyone's gone, oh, look, we might be able to win those, and all of a sudden it's a really hot race.
That's exactly right, yeah. George blew the whole thing wide open. I think everyone thought that we might come back for some races like last year, but, you know, it's great to have such a competitive race here at the Carnival, and as I say, Sheikh Nasser's a big supporter of racing at Meydan, so he's pleased to have a runner here.
Just on his 2-year-old form, which he held largely pretty well, didn't he? And perhaps, you know, he was a touch unlucky when last year.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of occasions where, you know, a result might have gone differently for him, but at the end of the day, you know, he didn't quite get it done. He seems to be a horse that's thrived over the winter, so you know, whether he can find a little bit of improvement, we're about to find out. Starlust obviously comes here off the back of finishing third in the Breeders' Cup. Is probably a worthy favourite, but we ran him close at Kempton, and if we can get that close, we'll be pleased enough.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks, George. Best turned out time, and there is the horse, Star of Mystery. Looking a bit of a handful, to be fair, but I think he can be. Star of Mystery, anyways, best turned out. And he takes home, or his groom takes home the prize, 650 dirham. That's Meydan Mohammed. That is being presented by Ziad Al-Hawat. Our thanks to him from Zabil Feed. And well done to Meydan Mohammed, the winning groom of Star of Mystery. 650 dirham for the best turned out winner. All right, here we go with the horses milling about behind the stalls. Some really interesting British raiders coming out here. And I think the point being that, you know, there was a horse that dominated the sprint division for 3-year-olds last year, Al Dassim, and a few have come out here now. The likes of Maconian, who we saw there for Amy Murphy, Ben Cohen rides, has a good form last year, was largely campaigned in France. Amy Murphy with a satellite yard out there, and this horse did well in both the UK and in particular out there. But there are lots of obvious ones. The likes of Great Truth, Star of Mystery. Goodness me, plenty of them. Thunder Blue, 7 Questions, Salvuccio, Starlust, should probably mention him, and plenty more besides. So, loading process underway. I think that horse will probably set it up because he's very, very quick. That is Zulu Chief. I think he's the one that'll go forward out of 6. There's Bombay Bazaar, Bupat Simar's horse, Tiger Shea. He's going to go forward into stall number 1, hopefully soon enough. But Bombay Bazaar is just, he's over the far side. I think he's gone forward all right. Good luck to him. Nazi for Christian Demuro, Saib bin Saror. Christian Demuro went very close on one earlier on. He'll come out of stall number 10. He's dropping back in distance. And I think it will set up middle to far side. So that's something for Starlust to think about, and Hector Crouch. Hector Crouch had a brilliant season in the UK last year. Hopefully he can get a first Carnival success. Still a few more to go forward, and we'll head up ahead of the call. What looks a really top quality renewal of this Al Wassel Stakes to Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, it certainly is. And great to see plenty of international influence here as we continue the loading process. Bombay Bazaar has just continued to be fractious from the moment they've got behind the stalls. Zorkin's loaded forward. Pure Ambition comes up. Riders opted to sit up on the side partition here with Bombay Bazaar in Tiger shape. As Aram loads forward, Zulu Chief is going to come up. Thought would be potentially a speed influence here in the event. So just waiting to hear if we hear anything here with Bombay Bazaar. Zulu Chief, who was initially coming up, has been backed away here. Just hearing information here. So we're going to get this through officially here. But the 4 could be coming out here. So we'll just wait to get the official word here on number 4, Bombay Bazaar. Rider Tiger O'Shea walking away from the starting stalls here. So so that's come out now. So we've just heard officially now, number 4, Bombay Bazaar, has come out on veterinary advice. We saw him getting very fractious there in the starting stalls. So he will unfortunately not be taking his part here, Bombay Bazaar. So we do lose the horse in gate number 1 here. And they've loaded the rest of these pretty quickly. Zulu Chief comes up. So we go without the 4, rule a line. And we are set here at the 1,200 metres, and we are away to a nice even line. Salvuccio a little slow, if any, up on the far side. Good speed from Zulu Chief as expected. Zorkin rolls forward with 7 questions. Pure Ambition sliding up to the far side rail. Followed there next in turn by Thunder Blue, Nisa. Then came working along midfield, Theban. Star Lust is starting to press forward under Hector Crouch from Aram. Then came Great Truth. He's got plenty of cover, but a few bums in front of him at this stage. Then came on the nearest part of the track here was Myconian. Followed there by next in turn Star of Mystery, and Aram and Salvuccio are the last 2. So Zorkin takes over as they head onto the course proper here, leading by a narrow margin. 7 questions. Rider with plenty in hand here, 7 questions. He goes to the front now, leading the way here from Starlust on the near side. Myconian starts to present here alongside Zulu Chief, working through late in the piece here. Star of Mystery, 7 questions. Starlust on the nearest part of the track. Star of Mystery. Star of Mystery goes up to a lead of a half length here. Starlust battles on with 7 questions, but Star of Mystery, that was a very nice win. 3 parts on Starlust, 7 questions. 4th goes to Great Truth, followed by Myconian, who dropped away. Salvuccio got going late with Pure Ambition, who stuck to the inside fence over there on the far side part of the track. Next over there in the run, crossing over midfield, was Thunder Blue from Zulu Chief Aram. And the last few crossing over, Theban, along with Nisa, who knuckled up, along with Zorkin. Star of Mystery gets the win at a nice weight here, 55.5 kilograms. She was over on that far side, over on the near side, I should say, when it came to draws, and that was always going to be the big question mark, because they were going to make their way over to the far side rail or to that section of the course. But both Starlust and Star of Mystery have run on here. 7 questions at the 200-metre mark. Looked the one, but they have mowed him down late. Star of Mystery, the filly by Kodiak, gets the win here for Charlie Appleby, and William Buick picks up another one here at Meydan.
Well, dare I say, she's a bit of a tool. Look at that. My goodness, she walked out the gates, and to come from off it on this straight track is not easy. The second and third, they've not been too far away. Far side red colours ends up third. Near side in the Mrs. Fitzgiana hay colours is never too far away. She looked tricky early doors as well. She was tricky going down, remember, with that red hood on. She was a bit of a handful, but she has got an absolute bundle of ability. As she proved in the Lowther, we're not being beaten too far by Relief Rally. Prior to that, she'd run well in Group 2 company. at Newmarket and won on debut. But to just pick your way through horses, like, it really is not easy to do on this track, to make up ground. It's a fast track, and the pace has held up okay. She's just really good. That said, she obviously has some quirks which will need to be ironed out as she goes into better company, although it'll be most of these she's facing going forward. But I'm just really taken with that, because ultimately you want the positives to be about the finish of the race. There's no point in doing everything right and then not at the business end. She's done it right at the business end. She's just made life a little bit hard for herself. Maybe she wants to come into a race in her own time, but I mean, she's virtually walked out the gates and she's won pretty easy in what's a very, very good renewal. So Starlust was second, 7 Questions third, Great Truth back in fourth, another one for Charlie Appleby. But the filly, Star of Mystery, this Kodiak filly, who hasn't been seen for 141 days off the back of the Lowther, has won that very nicely. Just to throw in, she was probably drawn the wrong side as well, for all they've come in one group. The way that 7 Questions travelled was hugely encouraging. Just run out of it a little bit late on. Obviously Starlust, did eventually get up and beat that horse, but wasn't good enough to beat the filly, but has run really well out of 13. But just on the day, Star of Mystery was far too good for them. She has got a bundle of ability, clearly. We hadn't seen her for a little bit, put away for a campaign out here, and that's worked very, very nicely. Didn't get a plan early on necessarily, but she's run out a pretty ready winner, Star of Mystery.
So it's a double for William Buick, 13, 1, 9 and 5. The unofficial numbers here. The Al Wasl Stakes, presented by Nikhil, goes to Star of Mystery. Numbers 13, 1, 9 and 5. Time 109.62. Margins won by 1.5 lengths.
Stuff, William. Good boy. Well done.
Great performance from this filly, ridden by William Buick, trained by Charlie Appleby, back in the winner's enclosure. Star of Mystery. So both sprint races have gone to this man, William Buick. Slightly different styles. A Star of Mystery wins. And I know visually that was pretty impressive, Will, I thought. Obviously she fairly walked out the gates, but as the race went forward, she emerged much the best. What sort of feel did she give as the race developed?
Yeah, she did jump slow, but she was in there a while, and she hadn't run for a while either. So, but I didn't really mind. She does like passing horses. As you saw there, she's a strong traveller, and managed to find the horses that were there that we had to beat. And no, I was very, very, very pleased with her. And I was quite taken with how well she travelled throughout the race. Right to the sort of furlong and a half pole, really.
And she went down pretty fresh, I know, but I guess that's a bit of time off the track.
Yeah, she's a bit that way inclined. You know, she's plenty of energy, and it's just when she can do it like that, travel in the right direction, she's a really good filly.
Great stuff, madam.
Thank you.
And that is correct weight in race number 5, the Al-Wasl Stakes, 13.195. 13.195, correct weight. Star of
All right, time for the presentation for our feature race, the Al-Wasl Stakes. And welcome once again, Mr. Ahmad Al-Ghafli, director at Nakheel, presenting 3 awards tonight. First of all, we're going to get the winning owner award. The Godolphin Blue carried to success by William Buick. We'll see him shortly. But collecting the owner's award, please welcome to the stage Hamdan and Maktoum Al-Sabusi. And now, on behalf of the winning trainer, Charlie Appleby, welcome once again to the stage, Sophie Chrétien. And the winning rider for the second time tonight, the Good Carnival, continuing for William Buick. So one more time, everyone come back in if you can. Winning connections of our feature race. Our thanks to Handan and Maktoum Al-Sabusi, to Sophie Coretti and Will Buick, Ahmad Al-Ghaffni for representing the trophy on behalf of Nakil, winner of the Al Wasl Stakes, Star of Mystery.
Well, we head into the parade ring here for race number 6, the Dubai Islands, presented by Nikhil, over the 2,000 metres. First horse we have a look at is our Korean visitor, Simjangi Godong, who makes his way here from Seoul. Moon Se-young to do the riding here. 2023 leading rider in South Korea, so great to have him along to partner this runner here, who steps out for his 39th career start. 11 wins and 9 minor placings to his name here, making his UAE debut. Go Soldier Go is the next horse we have a look at. 4-year-old colt by Tapature. Valzinas and Adria de Vries combine here. Both looking for another winner on the program. Adria with 2 already, Valzinas with 1. He comes into this off a rating of 102. He was down the track last time out in an 85 and up. He tackles the same track and distance this time around here for his 10th career start. Number 2 is Celtic Prince, son of Shamadal. Bernardo Pinheiro rides for Rashid Borsley. 21 starts for 3 wins and 11 minors. He drops back from Group 2 company. He was 3rd in behind Isolate, beaten 5 3/4. Number 5 is Book Review. 7-year-old gelding by Dabawi. Mikhail Barcelona on board here. He was a winner 2 starts ago, an on-speed winner. Last start beaten a distance over 1900, albeit in listed company. Back to a handicap race. He was a winner 2 starts ago at this exact grade. He's a big horse, isn't he? Hero Mo, the 4-year-old colt by Motown. Big presence in the yard here. Is the Russian runner, one of the 2 Russian runners we have here in the field. Sam Hitchcock will do the riding here. He's 8 from 9 and has beaten his Russian counterpart in Karbakan over back in Russia, only in the middle part of last year, actually September of 2023. It was their last start together before making their way here to the UAE. But he is one of the 2 Russian runners here, Hero Mo for Doug Watson. Mr. Raj is the 7. Ahmed bin Hamash trains. Connor Beasley to ride. He comes out of Group 2 company as well, dropping back here into a suitable race. But unlike Celtic Prince, he was a ways off Isolate last time out and would need to improve. We did lose 8 for the top. He's a scratching from the race. So that brings us to number 9, Carfu. For Julio Olajuara, Jim Crowley to do the riding here on the 6-year-old son of Curlin. He is a nice enough runner to be contesting here, although this could be a little bit out of his ballpark in regards to this race for an 85 to 105. It's quite a deep event, and he has drawn quite wide here in 12. So Kaburkan will make his way out early. Patrick Dobbs to do the riding here on our other Russian counterpart, who makes his way here to the UAE. Doug Watson trains. He's also 8 from 9. And as we said before, the only time beaten was last start, where his undefeated streak came to an end, thanks to Hero Mo, who he faces here tonight. But he looks an absolute picture here in the yard. Both horses do. And he's also a son of California Chrome. So when it comes to the breeding side, he is as good of a horse as you'll get breeding-wise to tackle the 2,000 metres on dirt. Number 12, La Resh, a 4-year-old colt by Ifraj. Oscar Chavez rides, dropping back sharply in distance and back onto the dirt here after being beaten 9 lengths, running 8 in behind Dahabi. Number 13, Big Team, the son of Speightstown. Christian De Muro does the riding. Last seen at the back of last year here over the 2200 metres on dirt. He was out in front and vulnerable. He drops back in distance here and strikes a tougher field. Whether or not they, from that wide draw, they are going to execute the same plan and make their way to the front, I'm sure he will be having to work to do so. It's a big question mark on the tactics for Big Team here in this upcoming race. A couple more still to have a look at. We haven't seen Furnas yet. My apologies, he's actually been withdrawn here from the event, has the one in Furnas, so he won't be taking his part. Our last horse to have a look at will be Naxos, the 10, for William Buick and George Bowie. And that will complete our field for this 2,000 metre event for 210,000 dirham. And we are down to a field of 11 runners. Here is Naxos. Now the question mark with him will be the surface. He is bred by Saxon Warriors, so you'd say that the grass would be a little bit more suited, and his form suggests that as well. But they do test him here over the 10 furlongs on dirt. And the big question remains as to how forward he'll be for this performance, how much of a shock it will be as well, changing over there. But he is drawn very well in 3, and William Buick riding very well tonight, 2 already, with a couple of winning chances still to come. That's our field here for race number 6, the Dubai Islands, presented by Nikhil, and the runners head to post.
George Bowes alongside me, who has Naxos in this, who's just made his way out. But first of all, we can just touch on Savuccio in our most recent race. What was your thoughts on the run?
Yeah, look, he ran fine. He had a bit to find at the weights, so he was slow away from the gates. He'll improve for it. He could actually probably step up to 7. So look, we're pretty happy.
Strong looking race, wasn't it?
It's pretty good, wasn't it? Yeah, I think we might have put the mockers on it last year.
Yeah, absolutely, having had such success with Aldassim last year. What about this horse? Why the dirt? Was this always the plan?
It was always the plan. He's been pretty good on the all-weather at home, and he jumps, he travels. I think from day one when he got out here, he did enjoy the dirt. Look, we'll see. He's not the most overly big horse. He's drawn well. He should go forward, and we'll see. He's a pretty strong stayer at home, but it just might be a little bit of a shock to him first time. But look, he's in super shape. He's very fit, and look forward to seeing him. He can always come back on the turf if it doesn't work.
Do you have to just sort of keep a lid on him early? Is that why he was coming down late, or not necessarily?
Yeah, he's a pretty highly strung horse. It's actually the driest I've ever seen him before a race. He's usually in a muck sweat. So no, thanks to everyone here for allowing him not to come into the parade ring. And yeah, he looks pretty relaxed.
What's the full size of the team you got out here?
We've got 5. So Wallbank was obviously good last week. Koi Koi runs in the next, and All the King's Men runs next week. So he's been training pretty good.
Okay, good luck.
Cool. Thanks, Tom.
Right, best turned out time, and I'm delighted it's gone to one of my favourite grooms out here, Taswa Abdul-Jabbar, a great member of the yard, member of the team, and well done to Taswa. He has won the best turned out award, or at least Book Review has, and he is responsible for this horse, Taswa. And our thanks to Ziad Al-Halwat for presenting the award on behalf of Zabil Feed. Their continued support of the Best Turned Out Award is much appreciated. 650 dirham to Taswa Abdul-Jabbar. Right, let's have a closer look at these horses. They're number 13, first of all. That is a big team. Christian Demuro Saib bin Saror, big team, 7-year-old, son of Speightstown, who is 2 from 12, yet to win on this surface. But the performances back home did come on the all-weather, and had a sighter out here when last seen, when going very close behind Watch My Six, having another go on the dirt. I guess the point that Pat made is, do they ride in the same? I think they've got to try, because no, he was at the 10 furlong marker of the 11. He looked the winner, and then he just ran out of puff late on. I think they'll look to repeat that trick anyway. It's a really good run last time, and hopefully it hasn't taken too much out of him. Where is our Naxos? There he is. He's a son of Saxon Warrior, as George was saying. The plan was always to come here for the dirt. He won at Epsom last time under an enterprising ride from Kevin Stott. But he's just, he can be a bit tricky. There he is, just the Stalls handlers and Will Buick just trying to keep him living in. But he looks fine. He looks okay, doesn't he? As George was saying, it's the least sweaty he's seen him. He looks. I wouldn't be concerned about how he appears there. It's just what he does in the race, how he handles the dirt for the first time out of 3. He's likely to hit a bit of kickback given the pace in and around him. So we'll see how he copes with that. Kabir Khan is a very interesting horse, son of California Chrome. We've heard plenty about him, including the performance with Hero Mo. Obviously, Doug Watson saying earlier on that Kabir Khan and Hero Mo are ready for this, and he was positive about both of them, I thought. He went down with a bit of keenness, comes out of stall number 8, and Pat was pretty confident when speaking about him earlier on. And seeming the choice of Pat Dobbs over Hero Mo, has Sam Hitchcock on board. Loading process underway then. I thought Book Review, the best turned out winner, would have a good chance of making all here. Sada Debawi going forward. But we will see out of stall number 5 in Mikhail Barcelona and Salem bin Gidaya. Race number 6 to be called by Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much, Tom. Loading process about to be completed here. Certainly got a good chunk of the field in here. Simjang Guigadong has made his way up into line. Kabir Khan has also loaded away. There's Hero Mo and big team to come forward. That'll leave only a couple here to take their place in the line. Mr. Raj coming up with Carfu. And Carfu will be one of the last ones to load away. La Resh comes up into the outside. Celtic Prince to also load away. And that will almost complete them here at the 2,000 metres for race number 6 on the program. And we are lined and ready. Set to run. Racing. Go Soldier, go slow away. Kabir Khan's going back to his usual rear position. La Resh is forced to head back from the wide gate. Mr. Raj also in that back clump. Book Review, he'll lead them past the post, as he has done on many occasions. Leading the way by a length and a half. Naxos finds himself in behind in second, but obliged to race off the fence here. with coming up on the outside, Big Team. He's going to press the issue and keep the pace genuine as they work off onto the back section. Carfu was next, Mr. Raj 5th, and on the inside from Simjangwi Gadong. Now, Kaburkan was just checked for a run there as Roll threw the head up in the air. Hero Mo goes past him on the outside, but is wide without a back. Next was Go Soldier Go, and Celtic Prince heads back to the end of the main clump. And La Resh is 6 to 7 lengths detached and cannot go with the gallop. At the 1100 metres, Book Review keeps them rolling, but not as fast as he has in previous starts. He's getting a pretty conservative run up in front. Naxos was next. Hero Mo obliged to race wide, but continues to improve alongside Big Team now. Mr. Raj was next. From Carfu, Kaburkan jumps on his Russian counterpart's back. Celtic Prince on the inside sits about 8th. From Go Soldier Go, Simjangwi Gadong second to last, and La Resh still the best part of 9 or 10 lengths off the rest of this pack as the race hots up with 600 metres to go. Book Review asked to extend. Second, Naxos pressed along. Hero Mo continues his run. Kaburkan travelling in behind on the outside part of the course. Then came Big Team. Celtic Prince the inside. From Go Soldier Go, the rest headed by Mr. Raj. It's the Russians going head to head. Kaburkan, Hero Mo continuing to battle on, but in the Kazakhstani colours, Kaburkan draws away. Kaburkan puts 4 lengths on Hero Mo, and Kaburkan and Patrick Dobbs go down a very impressive winner. Welcome to the UAE, Kaburkan. Hero Mo second, Russia goes 1-2. Beats home, La Resh into third, Celtic Prince 4th, and Go Soldier Go was 5th from Naxos. Then came Book Review. Simjangwi Gadong was next, followed by Big Team, Carfu, and Mr. Raj, the last one home. Well, talk about some entrance. Kaburkan had to go back in the early stages, sat on the back of his stablemate in Hero Mo. And I think he had a bit on this lot, that's for sure. Kaburkan, great run by Hero Mo as well. Both of these horses 8 from 9, not the first time these two have gone to battle. And in their UAE debut, they go 1-2. Kaburkan coming out victorious. And I'm sure Tom Stanley will be talking to a very elated Doug Watson, who picks up another win on the night here at Meydan.
Yeah, that's another, I think, a proper horse we've seen tonight. Like, he's far too good for them. Far too good for Hero Mo and far too good for the rest of them. To put it into context, it's a handicap, so you don't want to get too carried away, but he has won that off 97, and he could go up way beyond that easily. Could be a 110 horse, easy. He's absolutely bolted up. Given what happened earlier on in the race as well, he got a bump early. They didn't go that quick, but he still picked up easily. Obviously, in better company, it's going to be a lot harder and a whole different kettle of fish. But he could hardly have been more impressive there, given that things didn't necessarily go to plan in the race. It's just a modest handicap. However, he's absolutely bolted in. He does get a little bit further. You just wonder what sort of races they'll be thinking about, because obviously this is the World Cup distance. So he's a long way off that, but you know, he's got to go into stakes racing soon enough off the back of that, I think, because he's pretty smart, this Kaburkan. He's a California Chrome, and they'll just feel their way up in grade, I think, and see how good he might be. But he's pretty good. I think you could have put him anywhere and he would have won that. He's not really have to be asked a question from Pat Dobbs. He's just given a couple of taps in behind, and he's done it comfortably. Don't really think he'll know he's had much of a race, to be honest. So the time was pretty modest again, but they didn't go very quick early. Don't know, I think he's on the cusp of being very, very exciting, but you're just going to want to see him do it in a better grade. But I'm pretty sure he can handle it based upon what he's done there. Kaburkan, Book Review took them along as you thought he might. Naxos got a nice position, but it was all about the new Doug Watson horses. And Kaburkan was very much the best of them. He did get a bump early, he was lit up a touch. I'm excited to see how they campaign him. You know, he's going to have to go into better company. Not sure.
And 2, 11, 6, 12 and 2. Kerberken victorious in race number 6, 205.51. Margins 4 lengths by 2 1/4 in race number 6.
Really impressive winner on the night, ridden by Pat Dobbs, trained by Doug Watson. Welcome back into the winner's enclosure, Kerberken. Pat Dobbs in the winner's enclosure off the back of that success from Kerberken. And he looks pretty smart, Pat. Was that what you were expecting?
Yeah, his times at home has been very good, and the field he's been giving us is very good. Nothing went to plan. He was a bit funny in the gates. He honey bopped out. He was a little bit keener on the first bend. But once I got halfway down the back, he got into a nice rhythm, and Sam gave him a nice lead into the straight. And he's always showed a lot of speed at home, so I knew he'd pick up once he did get out in the straight.
How did he handle the early part of the race? Obviously, he had a bit of kickback, that sort of thing, but he was fine, was he? Or?
You know, kickback's not a worry with him. For me, he's got everything you want in a racehorse. He's tough, he's genuine. He's got a little bit of a character, he's not stupid. He's just full of himself, like most of the good ones.
Distance-wise, obviously, he's got form over a little bit further. That feels right, does it, 2000?
Yeah, he's not a slow horse. Hopefully, the next plan is the Backtown Challenge if he comes over all right. It's only 2 weeks back, but it's a lot of money. If Doug's happy with him, he'll have a go there.
Well done.
Thank you.
And that is correct weight here in race number 6, 11, 6, 12 and 2. Kerberken gets the win at 205.51.
Well, another excellent performance we've seen, and we will come to the winning owner soon enough. But to make the presentation once again, please welcome Nakheel Director, Mr. Ahmad Al-Ghafli, and he'll be presenting just the one award, and it is to the winning owner of this horse, Kabir Khan. Please welcome to the stage from Kazakhstan, the winning owner, Tlek Mukambetkaliev. Winning trainer Doug Watson again tonight. I thought when I asked you about these two horses earlier on, you don't often exude confidence, Doug. You probably know the game too well.
Yeah.
But I thought you seemed quite confident earlier.
Well, I knew they were, they're big, you saw them, they're big, strong horses. And we've gotten horses that have run in Russia before, but they kind of did it like all year long, and they both won their respective races. And when they met up, you know, they ran both a really nice race together, but you just never know how they correlate with our races over here. And but when they were working, you know, Hero Mo was more kind of a plotter, just keeps going. But the turn of foot on the other guy was Kabir Khan was pretty amazing at home, but it doesn't always translate over here. You know, it's dirt and lights first time and all that other stuff. But they're both very tough, and they behaved great tonight, which I was a little afraid of because there are a couple of lads at home. But it was good. It was good.
Pat said it didn't go to plan ideally in the gates and from the gates, but you've got to have a good horse, I guess, to be able to transition from that into a comfortable win.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's right. I was always kind of keeping an eye on both of them, obviously, but I saw him going well with having to stay wide, and obviously out of the gate, that doesn't help you when you kind of bunny hop out of the gate and give him a few links. So, but the way he did it was pretty impressive, and yeah, we're excited about him. We've been excited about him for a few weeks, so it's glad to get over here, get him racing, and let's see what they can do the rest of the carnival.
Where next?
I mean, you know, I think how they come out of the race is key. They're both really tough horses. I can do very little with them for 2 weeks, and I think they both run well in the second leg of the Maktoum Challenge. With what I know here and coming, I would say they can compete at that level, and just see how they run and see what goes in there. But I think Clapton's over for that. He ran in the Breeders' Cup, so it'll be tough. But you know, they're both, you know, pretty generally nice horses, and they're pretty straightforward in the races.
Yeah, I sort of slipped in Dubai World Cup off the back of that because he's won easily over the distance, but without getting silly. Yeah. But like, that's the path you're on now to see.
I mean, that's what they brought him over here to try to get to. That's a big dream for, I think, everybody that brings a horse over here that has ability like that. So I'd love to run in it, but let's see what happens over the next few weeks.
Well, it's a good start. Whatever.
Yeah, great start. Thank you very much. Thanks.
It's time for another Faces at the Races. This coming to you from Suite 403. That's where we are based for Faces at the Races. Who's going to win and take home the 500 dirham? Hope you've all had your feed in 403. Now it's just time to smile. Make sure there's no food in your teeth. Who we got? 403 to win 500 dirham, and the third winning Face at the Races. There's some good smiles in there. Everyone looks like they've had fun. You've got to be facing the camera if you want to win. I know who my winner would be. We're almost looking for you, but that's a good smile. Well done. You've won. You've won. I want to. Can you give us a smile? Go on. You know you want to. Well, I mean, there he is. You've won. And the surprise. Well done, you've won 500 dirham, the third Face at the Races.
As we head back into the mounting yard for race number 7, the Lord North Handicap for 300,000 dirham over the 1,800 metres. Great field coming here to contest. A great hand by Godolphin across the two stables. 5 entrants here in this field of 13. Number 1 is the Group 1 winner in Hypothetical, returning to the races here, although on the grass. 2 starts on the turf, yet to break through. This isn't his preferred surface, but looks a great starting point for the 7-year-old Entire by Lope de Vega. Has to carry the 62 kilos off a rating of 111. Gets Macau Barcelona in the saddle here for race number 7. Number 2 is Good Fortune. Ben Cohen and Soren Jensen. Our international entrants continue. And this Danish runner makes his way into the field. We've seen him racing in Sweden. We've seen him racing in Norway. We've seen him racing in Denmark. This Scandinavian runner makes his way here to the UAE. And And Ben Cohen jumps on board. Last seen at Longchamp in a Group 2 when he was ridden by Tony Bacone. Off a rating of 105, he comes into this and draws gate number 6. Number 3, Track of Time. The French runner was very impressive last time to the races. Jim Crowley jumps on board here this time around, was checked terribly at the top of the straight, but was doing impressive work through the line, and he'll only take plenty of fitness off that run. He does have to battle from a wide gate, gate number 13 here, so he comes from the widest draw, but should go back into the second half of the field. We'll need some luck, but put the writing on the wall that a win maybe not too far away here for this son of Glen Eagles. Christian Demuro partners Military March in the orange distinguishing cap for Syed bin Saror. Another one drawn a little wide here, but dropping back here from Group Company. Mind you, that group race was January 2021. He was 11.2 lengths off Lord Glitters under Frankie Dettori. So returns off a long break does the 7-year-old Entire by New Approach. And we welcome him back to Meydan. Wearing the standard colours is High Bank for William Buick. Charlie Appleby. He was a Newmarket winner on over a mile on the 15th of July. We haven't seen him since then, but he returns to the races here at Meydan, where he has had some okay results in the past, albeit over longer distances. Looking forward to seeing the son of Kingman back at the races here, though. And he looks one of the main chances here for the Godolphin team. Number 6 is Majestic Pride for Patrick Dobbs. Looks to go back-to-back in the races after Cabocan in the last race. The 4-year-old gelding here by Shamadal has had 2 wins and 2 minors from 5 starts. He is lightly raced, the 4-year-old, and comes out of Stakes Company at Kempton Park on the all-weather track. Number 7, Laser Show, another New Approach here for Team Godolphin. 7-year-old gelding here. Charlie Bennett jumps aboard, the 4-time winner. He's had 11 starts. He's had a second to his name as well. We haven't seen him since the end of last season back in February, where he was down the track, beaten a distance under Daniel Tudhope. Number 8 is Koi Koi. 5-year-old gelding by acclamation for George Bowie. Racing for Mr. Charlie Rosier and Mrs. Julie Rosier, so best of luck to Connections. 3-time winner from 14 starts with 5 minor placings. And he comes across here with some okay form before making his way here to the Middle East. He's certainly a horse that's been racing in form through August and September of last year. Does come in with a little bit of a freshen up under the belt. Number 9 is Uzo, who's already made his way out onto the track here. Audrey de Vries rides for Jamie Osborne, who saddles up another runner tonight. Has a slightly awkward draw here. Racing for the other club, he returns to the races since the 21st of February last year. He raced here on the turf over the 1,400 metres. 1,800 metres is longer than he's raced over in quite a while, and he is coming into this first up as well, so the distance may be a slight task. Number 10 is Silent Film, another New Approach. Plenty of new approaches making their way into the field here. Callum Shepherd does the riding for Ian Williams, the former Charlie Appleby runner for Miss Fitriani Hay. Hasn't raced since February of last year. In behind Tamol, comes out of the exact same race as Uzo and draws a very, very good gate, unlike Uzo here this evening, to make his presence felt. Connor Beasley jumps aboard Ursa Minor, the 7-year-old gelding by See the Stars. He was a narrow second to Local Dynasty in a decent enough race last time out. 85 and up. And although this is slightly tougher, according to the handicap, that was a very deep race, and I think that form line should be nice for him here. He was back on the inside and did make good ground late in the piece. Richard Mullen rides Imperial Emperor, the son of Dabawi, the 5th and final runner for Godolphin here in this race. Last seen in a Newmarket Meydan, winning by 3.5 lengths. He makes his way here, not only a winner, but looking to go 2 from 2 in 2 separate countries in his first run here in the UAE. And talk about a horse that's waited to make a decent run of it here. Stormy Ocean, the 5-year-old gelding by Frankel for Simon and Ed Crisford, who have already been able to pick up a winner tonight. Tygo Shea rides at the 53 kilograms. Very impressive in behind Wessel, who had the home ground advantage. That race, I think, from a form perspective, should rate well. He heads on to the track here, hoping to do much like his stablemate Vespasian earlier on, have that warm-up run at Jebel Ali and head out onto the grass here and make your presence felt in the second up performance. And Stormy Ocean is weighted to run a very good race.
Well, if there's one thing I'd like this carnival, it's a Jamie Osborne train winner. You'd quite like that too, right?
Jamie Osborne would like that very much,
yes. Yeah. What chance with Uzo?
Look, he's here for the season. He'll have a 3 or 4 race campaign, and I'm hopeful that at some stage he can go one closer than he went last year, where he was consistent and hit the crossbar a few times.
Is the extra distance going to be the key then?
I'm not sure it's the key. Look, he hasn't run for a while. We're very much thinking about later in the carnival. It is possible that he'll sharpen up a bit for this run, but we'll let him take his chance. He's coming in off a career high mark as well. He's never run off 98 at his age. To hit a career high mark is a bit unusual. But look, he's here. I'm sure he'll run his usual consistent race, but I wouldn't be shocked if a more obvious day came for him later in the carnival.
Okay. My confidence is dampened slightly, but as you say, he's largely very consistent. He did run ever so well here a few times last year. I guess he wants a bit of a setup, doesn't he?
You could argue he was very unlucky not to win here last year. He was very consistent. He was 2nd and 3rd, never really got a draw or a run of a race. I'd be hopeful that through this carnival we'll get a better draw at some stage and he'll get the run of a race, and he can play his trade at anywhere between 8, 9, maybe even 10 furlongs. And there's enough races for him here that I would hope at some stage in the next couple of months we will get his head in front.
Good luck, and good luck with a better draw for the sprinter that ran earlier in the future as well.
Could do with it. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that's Jamie Osborne. We'll head over to Best Turnout shortly. Best turned out winner time, and it was silent film. It is silent film, still is silent film. And Callum Shepherd with his feet out the irons there on the Ian Williams trained silent film. Well done to the winning groom, Mohammed Arif. He's cheeky, I like him. Well done to the winning groom, Mohammed Arif, being presented the award there by Ziad Al-Hawat from Zabil Feed. We've seen the quality of their feed on that little bit of video that rolled. And our thanks to them for supporting the Best Turned Out Award, 650 dirham, Mohammed Arif. Right, quick word about these then. I'm with Uzo, which might not happen tonight, but there we are. And High Bank would be a very likely winner, I think, based on what we've seen before, particularly Newmarket last time, and good runs out here last year. Koi can be tricky, has ability, hypothetical. Be interesting to see how he gets on, backed on the turf. Not quite the force of old. And plenty of other likely ones in there. Tracker Time should go well, ran well last time. This trip may be a bit more suitable. Wider than ideal draw, perhaps, but another competitive contest. A man that's been on fine form with his selections will call these home. Pat, all yours.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yeah, it was a low confidence meeting, wasn't it, when we were looking at it at the start. A few have fallen my way, which is great, but still a few races to go. And this one, a very interesting race. I thought Track of Time, very unlucky last time out. Copped a nasty check there at the top of the straight. He'll only take more from that. Just needs a bit of luck early, but one of the best in the business in Jim Crowley on Tom to do the steering here. And Stormy Ocean, if his stablemate's improvement is anything to go off, he's weighted off a very low weight here is Stormy Ocean, and he is one that could improve here. He's got a nice weight swing on a few of these. Godolphin with 5 runners in the event, and Laser Show will be the last one to come up in the red distinguishing cap. He's taking his sweet time, but loads away under Charlie Bennett, and we are set to run here. In the Lord North Handicap, presented by Nikhil. Gates fly, we are underway. Track of Time jumped very well. Military March sooling forward alongside Laser Show. The inside promising as well was Hypothetical. Ryder just taking a little bit of hold here as they come across, working through Majestic Pride. Godolphin runners very handy in the race. Ursa Minor a lot closer today from Imperial Empire. Hypothetical about 5th in running now and back on the leaders back here in a nice position, but we'll need some luck eventually. High Bank followed from next in turn there, working along Silent Film. Deeper out on the track, Stormy Ocean, wide with the back from Koi. Track of Time goes back to 3rd to last after the good getaway. And the last 2 at the back of the field, Good Fortune and Uzo, have each other for company. So the pace is good here past the 1,000 metres. Majestic Pride goes up to the outside of Laser Show, and they break away here. Hypothetical 3rd, being passed by Imperial Emperor. Then came deeper out on the track, being wide the trip, is Military March. High Bank next, the inside. Silent Film has had a conservative run. Track of Time follows him. Koi next from Ursa Minor. Military March goes back through the field. Good Fortune passes him. Uzo and Stormy Ocean, the last 2. They come into the straight here. 500 metres left to go. A few of these up in front really being felt for. Laser Show, the leader. 3 parts here on Imperial Emperor. Next on the inside, Majestic Pride. Runs coming out wide. High Bank looking promising with Silent Film, who gets out. Track of Time also working through with Uzo from the back. Plenty of runs and plenty of winning hopes here. Imperial Emperor, Silent Film. Look at Uzo. Uzo working through, and Uzo coming from back in the field. Uzo from last will do the job. Half a length on the line. Beats home Silent Film. 3rd across the line, Imperial Emperor. Track of Time was looming late. Crossed over with High Bank. Then came Good Fortune, Ursa Minor, followed by next in turn Silent Film. Then came Laser Show. Followed there by Koi, Majestic Pride, Stormy Ocean never made an impression. The last one home, Military March. Uzo from back in the field weaves through, and Audrey de Vries picks up 3. Now, if I was the trainer, Jamie Osborne must be thrilled with that result. He has found a very nice passage through, but as much as the luck came there late in the race, he had to work very hard there in the late stages, and you'd only say he'd improve off this performance. Adrian de Vries riding like a man possessed tonight. He has had a wonderful evening, and he gets Uzo home here in the Lord North Handicap for 300,000 dirham. 9 comes up in the frame.
Well, Uzo from last to first. It was an ice-cool ride from Adrian de Vries. He does know this place so well. He's so good here. He's gone the shortest way round. He was the person that I remember saying a few years ago to me when the rail's out that it's so difficult to come from off it and wide. So he's perfectly gone that way round. It's opened up quite nicely. And, well, Jamie Osborne, he wasn't that positive before the race, but he'll be absolutely delighted with that. We will grab a word with him afterwards. That's the highest winning mark he's won off at a ripe old age now, Uzo. And, you know, they've got their win, even though they suggested that there'd be other days for him, this 8-year-old son of Charm Spirit. Maybe it's the new distance, but a really cool ride from off the pace. I think the key was that not necessarily they went hard early, but they got going early enough in the straight for him to challenge into it. He does want to come through. Horses probably dead heated last time when he was up with the pace, but they seemed to get going early enough in the straight that meant he was able to be produced from off the pace. It wasn't so much a crawl and then a sprint, but it was more of a wind-up gallop, which has suited him. Silent Film, who was a little bit, he was a little bit on edge, it seemed, for a brief moment before the race. Has run a really good race for Callum Shepherd, Ian Williams, the trainer, and has seemingly proved himself over a further distance because he's travelled really well into the race. Wasn't sure if Track of Time got the ideal run or not because Uzo was travelling well on his outside. Track of Time was still travelling there, but just not as well as Uzo, to be honest. He did have a clear enough run. High Bank was a funny one because he had every chance to get involved there. I'm not absolutely convinced, High Bank, that he's seen that out perfectly. I just wonder if he wants 1600. Either way, this is all about Uzo and Adrian de Vries and Jamie Osborne. A brilliant performance from the horse, good training performance as well, and we've got a Jamie Osborne Carnival winner. Happy days.
Unofficial result of the Lord North Handicap presented by Nikhil over the 1800 metres. 9, 10, 12 and 5. Uzo gets the win at 147.55. The winner's time, a half length by 1.5. 9, 10, 12 and 5, race 7.
Welcome back into the winners' enclosure. Adrian de Vries yet again on the winner of race 7, Uzo. Adrian de Vries yet again. He's in the winner's enclosure. Well done to him. Done it a few different ways tonight. Adri, well done. I'm not sure what you were expecting, but the trainer we spoke to before, he wasn't that confident. You obviously were.
Well, I don't know much about him. I just watched a few races, and I've spoken to the boys in the jocks room who ridden him before. Safi, I had a word with. Jamie told me to ride him cold, and that's probably the best way to ride him. He wasn't. They were going fast enough for me, so I was travelling sweetly, and I didn't find room straight away, but I was following the right horses, I think, and I think he likes it when you give him a chance. And when I was blocked behind horses, he took the gap when he needed to do it, and he needed extra furlong as well, I think.
Yeah, that's probably helped, doesn't it? Do you think it was important with the rail out 8 as it is to go the shortest way around? Because I noticed you hugged the rail for as long as possible rather than switching right wide in the straight. Was that just how the cards fell?
Yeah, when the rail is out, I mean, you want to save every meter you can. And I was travelling behind Jim. He was going well enough to bring me into the straight, and it all worked out well.
It's a good night for you. Well done.
Yeah, great night. Thank you.
Well, Andrew, good stuff. Right, time for the presentation, which I'm pretty sure is going to go without a glitch. For Uzo and the Winning Connections, who we'll see very shortly. Once again, Mr. Ahmed Al-Ghafli is going to go up to present the award. Director of Nakil. Well, thanks to Nakil for supporting this race, the Lord North Handicap. It's gone to the other club, also the hashtag girls. That's why there's a hashtag on the back of Uzo's top. So, to collect the award, please welcome up plenty of them and plenty more besides, in no particular order, Katie Osborne, Jamie Osborne, Safi Osborne, Jim and Claire Price, Jimmy McCarthy, and a few more. Well done all. Great result that, well done all. I'm going to come up and have a word with Jamie if I can. And there you are, I'm going to pop you this side. We'll stand there. Well done. Next time I asked you about a horse and you're a bit pessimistic. Do you know at Sandown a few years ago, do you remember, it might have been the first start for you, you said he was a bit undercooked and he nearly won. Maybe that's the key.
You should know I'm one of life's great pessimists. And the closer to a race I get, the less I feel the chance is viable.
What were you thinking during the race?
I was delighted, all the way really. I mean, look, hard to know what was going to happen, but when he was actually always going, he was far enough back, but I thought they'd gone quick enough, and he was going well within himself, so I thought he'd always pick up from there. Just needed a split. Thankfully, it came.
Yeah. You know the problem now for those future targets.
Yeah, the 95's out the window.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah. So we'll come back here probably for the Lord Glitters.
Okay, is that the same distance?
3 weeks, yeah, same distance. Yeah.
Maybe that's the key, a little bit further. I mean, he's seen it out really well.
It's very unusual for a horse to win off a career high mark at the age of 8. So he'll now go to a rating that he's never played with before. Would he have improved at his age? That's hard to know. Maybe, you know, he may well find it tough going forward off his new mark, but maybe the extra furlong is the answer.
But it is important, in all seriousness, that you do keep coming out here and winning these races, genuinely, to keep the international capacity of these races going. We've got loads of, you know, well, we've had a Kazakhstan winner, we've had a Czech Republic winner out here so far this season. We've got lots of Brits out here competing, people from all around the world. But you know, we want lots of international winners, and you are representative of that with the success you've had, and you keep coming back.
Well, we've been coming here for probably since the inception. And we've had a good few winners here, but we haven't had one for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years. We've had a few. Alignac finished second a couple of times here the year before last and was 4th on World Cup night. He was our only horse here that year. Last year, this horse was 2nd and 3rd. But we're, you know, when it comes to sort of late summer, we're always thinking about horses potentially to bring here that might suit. But it's hard to get winners here. This is, as you say, it's an international competition. People come from around the world to try and win here. It's a wonderful venue. I enjoy it, my clients enjoy it. So it's very much a part of our annual calendar. But finding horses good enough to win here is really tough.
Yeah, well, you got one. Well done.
Hopefully we might have another one as well.
Well, there you go. Good stuff.
And welcome back to the parade here for the penultimate event on the program. Race number 8 is the Palm West Beach, presented by Nikhil. Our final race on the dirt this evening over the 1400 metres. Let's head into the yard for our look at our first horse, and that is number 3 in Naya. He's the Meydan coming into this with very, very nice form, including a tight second last time out to the races behind Mr. Carfu. He backs up here after 1 week and returns to handicap company. The performance was very impressive, and you'd suggest from the gate he would be in the first couple. As we move on now to El Maroon. He is another horse who has impressed of late. He was beaten 6.75 lengths by Al Jadaf, but was the best of the rest. He comes into a suitable race here once again. He has only done it once, with 1 win to his name, but 7 minor placings suggests that he rarely runs a bad one. And last start was a good enough performance to see him running close in this. Number 4 is Restrict for David Simcock and Callum Shepherd. He comes into this for his UAE debut. He's won 1 race at Kempton Park on debut. He's had 3 runs since then at Lingfield, Newbury and Newmarket. Makes his way here to the UAE. Bit of an unknown quantity in the field. We'll see how he adapts here to the UAE style of racing. Number 5, Sendid, the 8-year-old gelding by Shamadal, will be ridden by Jules Mobian. Rashad Borsley is the runner here, and the trainer here, I should say, and Omar Salas will do the riding, who partnered him to victory last start at Jebel Ali over the 1400 metres. Number 6, Border Edge, has made his way down the tunnel, so we'll get him on the other side. We head to number 7, Maplewood, 5-year-old gelding by Oasis Dream. Case El Basadie will ride for Osama Rafai. Last start at Newmarket, he was down the track, beaten a distance, but makes his way here. And he'd be saying he'll be looking for turf and more distance in starts to come. A watch this evening. Number 8 is Allah Malak for Omar Salas. My apologies, I got my form mixed up. He is the last start winner there at Jebel Ali. My apologies, not Maplewood. But Allah Malak will be looking to continue on that form after a great win. And great to see Omar Salas on board once again, hoping to go back-to-back. Dahas is the next horse here for Musaba Al Maheri. Connor Beasley to do the riding here. He was beaten 8.25 lengths in that same race as Naya, down the track against non-winners. Hard to see him improving here against proven company. Would need to be at his best. Jumeirah Beach comes into this. It's his first run for the year. Last seen in one of the early meetings, 24th of November. He was beaten a distance there by Thorbarn. Strikes a slightly easier race, goes out in distance, but would need to improve on that run. Number 11 is One Vision. Mr. Hamad Ali Al-Hamraw has got 2 runners in the race. He'll spot the black distinguishing cap here, One Vision, 8-year-old gelding by Shamadal. And Bernardo Pinheiro jumps on board here. Last seen at Elaine over the mile. And the 10-year-old in Trick Bag comes into the field as well. Daisuke Fukumoto does the riding for Muhammad Ibrahim. Draws an okay gate, but on recent form, I'd say will be outclassed here. So we are left with Border Edge, who's made his way out onto the course. And Bark Al Emirat as well, but Border Edge has gone out early. And it has been a very good season so far for Michael and Niga Burke. And they saddle up this one here, Border Edge. Andrew Slattery to do the riding here this evening. He's had the one win from 5 starts as is gelding by Shamadal. But the 2 runs last season, he was a ways off them. So hopefully first up, we might see an improvement on his previous season's runs. And last but not least, number 2 in Bark Al Emirat. He draws very wide here for this event. He's at the 1 run so far this season. That was in behind Street Mood. My apologies, that was last season. So this is his first run for the season, Bark Al Emirat. Looking to hopefully go one the better than last time out. He was down the track, but did break his maiden here at Meydan over the 1400 metres on the dirt. So a track and distance winner despite being lightly raced, and he returns to the races for this season. That's our runners for race number 8, the Palm West Beach presented by Nikhil, our penultimate event and final race for the evening on the dirt.
Here is the best turned out winner, our penultimate best turned out winner, Ala Malak, which I believe translates as slow down, so I hear. Anyway, he is best turned out, and the winning groom is Mohammed Arshad. Well done to him. He is being presented the award by Ziad Al-Hawat of Zabil Feed. Always beautifully turned out himself, as you can see. And our thanks to him, to Zabil Feed, and well done to Mohammed Arshad, who received 650 dirham. So, let's have a closer look at some of these. Ahead of race number 8, this is the Palm West Beach, presented by Nakil, with a purse of 175,000 dirham, 105,000 to the winner. That is Al Maroom, who's looking to win for the second time. Has run really well on a few occasions, including last time over 1,600, and it was Pat's argument earlier on that the drop-in trip might just suit him. He's going down the back stretch as we speak, under Taigo Shea. He's rated the same as Nayar. This is a handicap, so it doesn't necessarily matter, but there's a few here rated 80, and they're the very top end. It's a 60 to 80 contest. Nayar also ran well last time when just touched off by Mr. Cafu. I think the extra distance will really suit this horse, and the yard seemed to be in pretty good nick. They've had 2 so far tonight. Restrict lines up for David Simcock, one of the few runners tonight. Well, he's got one coming up in the last, and he did have one taken out earlier on, sadly. He's got Tides of War in the next. Restrict is a son of Collected, I should say. Very much bred for the dirt. So we'll see how it suits. He was a winner on the all-weather at home. That doesn't necessarily correlate to a dirt win, but he is bred for this surface. And he will come out of stall number 11. Whilst that's not ideal, you do have a bit of chance to get into a position. At least you're not, if you're wide, you're not covering extra ground anyway, because you've got all the length of the back stretch. Number 8 is Ala Malak for Omar Salas, Rashid Balsley trained. Not sure if we've seen the Balsley Orange in the winner's enclosure at the Carnival this year. Not when I've been working anyway, but this horse is in good nick. Was a winner last time, winner prior to that at LA. Needs to prove he can do it here, but he's got a decent enough strike rate on the dirt, and he's mixed it up over a variety of distances. This is probably his best, though, before he does get a bit further. Dahes lines up for Musabra Mary and Connor Beasley. Last seen over the 1200 in the race won by Mr. Cafu. A step back up in trip is probably no bad thing. Oasis Dreams do or can handle the dirt. There have been some very capable Oasis Dreams in the past. I think including a former track record holder over this distance, who carried the touch gold colours, whose name escapes me. Anyway, I digress. The trip should be okay, but there are better treated horses, probably. So, loading process is well underway. Not the biggest field, and Pat and I were pretty tepid about our selections here, Al Maroom and Nayar respectively, but hopefully it goes to one of them. We'll see. All yours, Pat.
Thank you, Tom. About 6 to left to load here. One vision will come up in the black distinguishing cap, and as we saw, Ala Malak for Omar Salas, who was victorious on this horse at Jebel Ali last start, picking up the Balsley camp there. Second win for the season. Saw Hayu Alalab win at Sharjah as well down the straight. But good to see Ala Malak here under lights, and he will be the last one to come forward. The white distinguishing caps indeed for Jules Moby, and where's the black? Drawn to the inside as Ala Malak loads away, and we are set here for our final race on dirt. And we are set to go. Starter hits the latch. We are underway. Border Edge was fast off the gates for Andrew Slattery. Jamira Beach presses through with Trick Bag. Naya in a forward spot, followed by Sendid, who's going to sneak up the fence. Then came Al Maroom deeper out on the track, being forced out into an even wider position, thanks to the position of Ala Malak settling up in that forward spot. So Al Maroom is 5 deep at the moment along the back. He provides Dahes some cover. Working back through the field, Maple Wood along with Restrict, Trick Bag. The last two, Bark Al Emirat, and on the inside was One Vision, but is starting to improve inside of horses. Jumeirah Beach, the leader, leads a long neck as they work down the side part of the course. Border Edge second, third Sendeed, hasn't gone around a horse, getting a very conservative run. Naya and Al Maroom have been deep the trip, and they are going to have to be very brave to win. One Vision was next, followed there by Maplewood, sneaking through. Then came Alamalak from Restrict, Bark Al Emirat, Trick Bag and Dahez for company at the back as they come into the straight, and Border Edge is the leader. Naya and Al Maroom have done a double time here in the middle stages, and they are trying to close in on this leader here, working through in the late stages as well was Sendeed. It's Border Edge though. Border Edge here as they come down into the final 100 metres, and at the 16th pole it is Border Edge from Naya. Naya will settle for second once again. Border Edge the winner. 3 parts. Beats home Naya, who takes the runner-up position once again. Al Maroom was closing off there late, but had to do a lot of work in the run. One Vision followed there by Sendeed, Maplewood, Ala Malak from Restrict, Bark Al Emirat, Trick Bag, Dahez, and after leading in the early stages, Jumeirah Beach pulled out to run last. That's a Meydan winner for Andrew Slattery. Great to see. And the great season continues in these colours for Michael and Niga Burke. Big congratulations to them. Bupat Seema picks up another win. And Andrew Slattery, I'm sure, will be absolutely thrilled with that result. Now, he picked up a ride for the Borsley camp earlier on in the night on the reserve in Hayu Alarab, and he has beaten him home in the late stages here. Sendeed, who got a great ride by Jules Mobian up the fence, but that'll be a thrill for Andrew Slattery. And I'm not sure, Tom, is that a first Meydan winner for Andrew Slattery? That's the big question.
Yeah, indeed, and great to see for Andrew Slattery. This horse was always perfectly positioned and just had enough left in the tank late on. Nayar came to challenge, couldn't quite get there, so too Al Maroom, who was a little bit wider than ideal, but thought Andrew Slattery, when we spoke to him earlier on, he was pretty positive about Border Edge off the back of his good efforts a few starts back, or a promising effort a few starts back. Then switched to the turf, didn't really work out, but he's got it exactly right here, Andrew Slattery. Nice, positive ride, the closers came, but he was always holding. We caught up with him before racing. Great to see him in the winners' enclosure. Meydan Andrew Slattery on Border Edge, son of Shamadal. That is now a first dirt win on second start, and 2 from 6 now career-wise for this 5-year-old. So still time on his side. Some just never got into it. Thought Nayar was well positioned. As far as the distance goes, he's probably proved himself, but didn't really finish how you'd want. I don't know, it might be worth a go back in trip for that horse. And Al Maroom maybe does want a little bit further. But ultimately, they just weren't as well positioned as the winner, Border Edge, who has stayed on really well to score under Andrew Slattery. Well done to Bupat Seema. Tygo Shea was on the 3rd for Bupat. Al Maroom. Nayar has split them, but Border Edge is in the winners' enclosure at Meydan. Well done to Andrew Slattery.
So the unofficial numbers here for the Palm West Beach, presented by Nikhil over the 1400 metres, 6, 3, 1 and 11. Sendeed misses the 4, 6, 3, 1 and 11. Winner's time, 126.59. Margins, 3/4 by a neck. Border Edge, the unofficial winner here of race number 8. Number 6 in the frame.
job, Andrew. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Welcome back into the winners' enclosure. Andrew Slattery on the Bupat Seymour train, Border Edge.
You're welcome.
Well done to Andrew Slattery, who's just weighing in off the back of that success on Border Edge. He's making his way out the winners' enclosure. And we spoke to Andrew before racing. Well done. I thought you were a little bit, you were quite confident he'd go well, weren't you?
Yeah, look, we have a good team of riders at Bupats, and they're all very confident of him, so that helps.
Did the race work out just as expected?
Yeah, we went through the race this morning, and we kind of hoped we'd get the box seat, if might you call it, and we got that, and it was all very easy from there.
It's nice when it works out, isn't it? And it was about that early pace, because he always looked as though you were holding the closers.
Yeah, look, I still had enough left at the line. He's been there from over 2 down on his own, so it's a daunting place. So no, it's great we got the job done.
Nice to get the first Meydan winner.
Big time.
I'll be absolutely buzzing for you. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And So, time for our penultimate presentation. Once again, we'll welcome Ahmad Al-Ghafli to the stage to present the award. He's presenting this contest, the Palm West Beach Handicap. Our thanks to Nakhil for their support of the night, and to Ahmad as well, who's done a fine job this evening. He'll be presenting the awards to all the winning connections of Border Edge. Well done to them. The horses run really well to score. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Michael Burke and Nagar Burke and family. The fourth and final Faces at the races, Smiles at the ready, and we've come into the thick of it to find the fourth and final winner. And we want to be giving you a cash prize of 500 dirham, but which is the winning Smile? Need to do a better wave than that, sir. Yes, in the pink jacket, that's the sort of wave we want. Not bad from the man on your left. And Smiles, you've gone for the basic thumbs up. Shake of the finger, I don't know about that. More waving, I like it. What have we got for a Smile for the face at the races? Who's it gonna be? Oh, straight over the lady's head, and you, sir. Well done, you are tonight's fourth and final winning face at the races. Head to the reward centre at Concourse B for your cash prize.
Well, we're to the last race of the evening, and it is our longest distance race for the evening as well. 2,410 metres is the distance for 190,000 dirham, the Palm Crown presented by Nikhil. And we have 15 runners to get through, so we are going to whip through these nice and quickly. Number 1, Tides of War by Galileo, 62 kilos, Christian De Muro. He's coming out of group company at the back of last season here at Meydan. Should find this easier. It does have to come from a wide draw. Webinar, 5-year-old gelding by Dabawi. Tygo Shea and Bhupat Seema combine here. 62 kilos, another horse coming into this off a rating of 90. So the 2 runs so far this season, 2nd at Abu Dhabi and a 7th at Jebel Ali last start, beaten by about 14 lengths in behind DeLorean. Number 3, Watch My 6. He was an impressive winner, wasn't he? Last start on the dirt. He comes up in distance and heads over onto the turf here at Meydan, hoping to translate that form across, but the win was too good to ignore. Number 4 is Karaman for Macau Barcelona and Nicholas Corlery. Another one with a wide draw, but coming out of group and listed company, albeit overseas. See if we can translate that form to the UAE, but has the class. Jim Crowley rides Alkaka for Shadwell and Doug Watson, who's had a great night so far. 7-year-old gelding by Warfront. He has his 2nd run for the campaign. Six is Seastone, a 5-year-old gelding by See the Stars. Bernardo Pinheiro for Ismail Mohammed. He steps out for his first up run for the year and for the season. First up over 2,400 metres. This will be a bit of a task. Lucius Tiberius is the next horse we have a look at. Jose Santiago to do the riding for Rashid Borsley. He's drawn a little wide. He's coming out of listed company in behind Vaffatino at the back of last year. It was over 1,400 metres though. He goes up 1,000 metres in distance, so tough to line that form up. Number 7, Intricacy, 4-year-old gelding by Dabawi. Callum Shepherd to ride for Simon and Ed Crisford, already with a winner tonight for KHK Racing. He is coming into this having had the 2 runs at the back end of last year. One of those here at Jebel Ali on the dirt. The other one was at Leicester on the turf before making his way here. He was beaten a distance last start. He'd need to improve. Number 9 is a Hestabero. We won't miss him. The 8-year-old grey by Dabawi for Ismail Mohammed. Has multiple runners in the event. To be ridden here by Patrick Cosgrave. And returns to the races for the first time since his run on the dirt over 2,200 here at Meydan back on the 8th of December. Another Dabawi for us, Al Meydan, Connor Beasley for Ahmed bin Hamash. He has had the 3 runs so far this season, but never had a start yet this season at Meydan. 2 runs at Jebel Ali, 1 at Abu Dhabi, all over shorter distances, but he's had 2 runs at the mile, 1 at 1,800, and he works his way up to 2,400 this evening. There's the bell for riders to climb aboard. Number 11, Great Deed, the son of Galileo. Richard Mullen does the riding for Ahmed Al-Shamali. He's had the 1 run this season at the back end of last year at Jebel Ali. Down the track, but he will appreciate the switch back over to turf. Number 12, Karib. He's an entire by Speightstown. Sam Hitchcock from Masaba Al Mahiri. 2 runs this season, including a win over 1,900 metres here, beating home Vassilarkos. That was at 75 to 95 handicap. So this is a similar race, but he does have to go up in distance, and it looks a little deeper than what he's faced already so far. But keep safe. Doug Watson has exciting days. Patrick Dobbs to do the riding here. 1 start this season at Meydan. He raced all the way up until the back end of the last season, racing at Alain in early April, potentially the last meeting of the year. But he's had that 1 start. He was beaten a distance, would have to improve.
We'll get through these last couple because we do have to get 15 who's on the way out. 14 Mudarab, 10-year-old by Distorted Humour rather. Egward Tajara to do the riding for Ali Al-Badwawi. He has had no runs so far this season, so coming into this first up. And making his way down to the tunnel is the 6-year-old gelding Active Wisdom by Galileo. Oscar Chavez for Elise Jean. 18 starts in his career for 3 wins, and heads out onto the course here now. Would need to very much improve on that run towards the back end of last year to be figuring here. That's our field for race number 9, our 2,410-metre event, the Palm Crown, presented by Nikhil.
Bupat Seymour alongside has won in this, but he's had the first and the third in our most recent race, including I think a popular winner for the team, and all connected with Border Age. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Border Age, again owned by Michael Burke and family, the Burke family. He's a good tough horse. He's very small. He's almost like pony size, and you know, we make fun of him that, you know, we bought a little pony, but he's got a very big heart.
Yeah, and he had to show it there late on when. To be honest, I thought he was always holding, and Andrew Slattery, you know, he was pretty confident when we spoke to him before the race. Thought he had a bit of a glint in his eye that the horse would go well.
Yeah, we brought him here and he galloped here. He galloped really well. You know, we were just worried that, you know, it's January now and a lot of horses have had runs, and we haven't had a run yet. But you know, he was fit enough to get a run, and I think he's going to improve from here. And Andy gave him a great ride.
And I'm sure, like you say, for Andy, it's nice for you to give him his first Meydan win.
Yeah, look, Andy's a very good, talented young rider. You know, he deserves every chance he can get. And, you know, I've known Andy and his family for a long time. And Andy deserves his own chances. He's very talented. I'm glad I've got his first winner here.
What can you tell us about Webinar? What are we expecting?
Webinar trains really well. He won really impressively when he first came. He ran here last year in Jebel Ali, his first run on the dirt, and he ran well. And then we took him to Abu Dhabi, and he won very impressively. I thought he could be one of our kind of a World Cup kind of horses if he could take to the dirt. But he's gone a bit keen, so I'm hoping he'll relax a little bit in the race. but this is his real distance. He's back on the turf, so but it's a good turf race, and we'll have a look.
Appreciate your time. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Tom. Thank you.
Number 4.
Best turnout time, best turnout, here we go. And it's gone to horse number 4. And that's Karaman. Well done to Madhu Singh. And our thanks to Ziad Al-Hawat, who's presenting the award. Best turnout for race 9 on behalf of Zabil Feed. Takes home 650 dirham. There's Madhu Singh. And well done to Karaman and Madhu.
So last couple coming forward here for the final event on the program. Best turned out, Karaman comes up into line. You see there separating him from Watch My 6. Very similar colours. Karaman with the checks, Watch My 6 with the stripes. So about 4 to load. Tides of War comes up into that outside stall. We'll need a little bit of luck from there. Intricacy, Webinar and Exciting Days, the last 3 to load forward. We go 2,400 metres here. So almost a lap of the turf course here. Intricacy coming up into line. And Webinar loads away. Last one, Exciting Days. Patrick Dobbs and Doug Watson combining here after taking out the Lord North. Set to go, 2,410 metres the journey, and the gates fly, we are racing. Watch My 6 was slow to move. He'll head over to the inside rail, being tracked over there by Karaman. Intricacy at the back of the field with Tides of War as well. So up in front, it is Al Kaka who's going to go up and take up the lead from Karib in second. Burning across from that wide stall was Exciting Days to go up into a forward spot. Next in turn there was Al Meydan, followed by Webinar, who settles down into 5th on the rail. Then came deeper out on the track, working up into it, Great Deed. Followed next in turn by a Hester Barrow, who is in between runners. Lucius Tiberius settles down 9th, with a back to follow, despite being off the rail. Then came Active Wisdom. Seastone was next from Tides of War, Intricacy. Mudarab is the next one, followed there by Karaman, and Watch My 6 watches it all unfold from the back as they stretch out here. Al Kaka keeping the sectionals very genuine, working along here, and the field is about 16 lengths from top to tail. Leads the way from Exciting Days up into second. Karib was third. Fourth, running the running there was Al Meydan, followed by Lucius Tiberius, who is forced to race wide. Then came Great Deed, a Hester Barrow. Webinar perched away on the fence here, about 3 back on the inside, with a little bit of luck required here in the late stages of the race as they are about to top the rise and make their way off the back of the course. Active Wisdom was next. Seastone followed. Tides of War starts the mid-race move around them. Then came Intricacy, followed there next in turn by Watch My 6. Karaman is back there as well, along with Mudarab. So they click it up here with 750 metres left to go. Al Kaka the leader. Exciting Days second. Lucius Tiberius has provided Tides of War some cover here at a crucial stage. Karib was next. Webinar followed from Al Meydan, Hester Barrow, Seastone, Active Wisdom. Intricacy is Al back in the field here with Carnival. Watch My 6 will need some luck here as they start to run down the straight here. 350 metres left to go. Al Meydan hits the lead. Tides of War starting to close with a Hestabero. Webinar working up to the inside here in the late stages. Webinar looking very promising. Seastone down the outside presenting with a Hestabero. Good finish. A Hestabero, the grey hits the lead. Webinar fighting on the inside. Seastone there as well. Webinar lifting the inside and does it. Webinar a nose. Beats home a Hestabero. Tight on the line. Seastone third. Intricacy fourth. Then came Karib, Active Wisdom, Al Meydan, followed by Karaman. Then came Tides of War, followed by Watch My 6. Then came Exciting Days. Alkaka dropped away with Lucius Tiberius, and Mudarab never figured in the run. Head bobbing go down to the line. Very, very tight. Inside, I'd say just. And the photo would agree with me. But we will wait to get the official result here. And I'd say it is the two. Webinar, who've had to be very brave, fighting back on the inside. And Webinar gets the win. Tygo Shea and Bupat Seema take the last, with Webinar, who was very, very brave, denies a Hestabero the victory. Webinar, number 2, comes up in the frame in race number 9.
Yeah, Webinar has won. He's come up the inner. Tell you what, there's a nice, bold route to go, because he wanted to go outside, and then he just got closed off. He had to go inner. That was the moment there, although I suppose he got ahead of the horse on his inside at that point, which was the key, really. And that was exciting days anyway. Got ahead of him, then he went up the inner and scored. The horse he's got form with had hit the front. Al Meydan, I don't think he's quite stayed. Well, I think it's pretty obvious he hasn't. Back in trip, he could be interesting. But Webinar, he stuck his nose down when it mattered. And beforehand, his trainer was confident they had a well-treated horse in their hands, but he just said he'd got a bit keen, hadn't really worked out on the dirt. But Tygo Shea's got a good rhythm out of him and got him cover and produced him at the right time to win. They came and swamped them late on, didn't they? But Webinar up the inside has scored. Intricacy just couldn't quite get through. As I say, Al Meydan hit the front of that effort, petered out a little bit. The Greys run a great race. And unfortunately for him, Hestabero, he'd just been nutted on the line. But he too was next to Webinar at this point. He got a bit more of a run down towards the outside, but he just hasn't finished off with the turn of foot that Webinar has. And this is the point where he starts to make his challenge far side. Also running a good race was up the near side, Seastone. Another one for Ishmael Mohammed. He's at the second and the third. But far side, Webinar, head down when it mattered. Always just about holding Hestabero. And on the nods, he has scored.
Good job, Todd.
Thank you, buddy.
Well done, mate.
As we get the results here for race number 9, the final event on the program. And it is Webinar, our unofficial winner here in race number 9. Number 2 comes up in the frame here. Webinar, the winner of the last.
Yeah, quick fire double for Bupat Seema. This one ridden by Tygo Shea. It's Webinar.
So the Palm Crown presented by Nikhil. Numbers are 2, 9, 6 and 7. 2, 9, 6 and 7. Winners time 2:30.42. Margins are short head by 1. 2, 9, 6 and 7 in race 9.
So Tiger Shea weighing in after that success with a webinar. And a quick fire double for the yard. Well done, Tig. Webinar. Yeah, you darted up the inner and got his head down on the line.
Yeah, he enjoyed being back on the turf. He won quite well last time he ran the trip at Abu Dhabi. And, you know, with his pedigree in that, we said we tried a dirt with him. And so that didn't work out too good for him last time. And a mile is too short for him. But he's a horse that's been galloping well and shows a lot of pace at home. I was actually, when he got beat the last day, I was scratching my head. You know, his work had been very good. So back on turf tonight, and he's a strong traveller in his race, and had plenty of horse, thankfully, to duck down the inside, and had a good willing partner where it counted.
Bupat said before the race he just got a little bit keen at time. How was he in the early part of the race?
Yeah, he jumps and travels, but you know, Tom, with these horses, when they, you know, he was trained in France and he came, and then they're trained on the dirt, and you know, when you're training him for dirt races, you have to be a bit aggressive with him, and he's woke up accordingly. So we're asking him to go faster than he's probably able, going shorter on the dirt, and then coming back on turf like that, we're asking him to switch off. So I think we'll stick to the turf with him now, and just let him get confidence and build on that.
Yard showing loads of consistency this carnival, it seems, but just to a horse, they're running pretty well.
Yeah, I look amazing, and I'm in a very fortunate position, and you know, like the previous race, the toughest thing is try to choose the right one, which it's impossible to do. But you know, it's great when second and third strings are coming out and winning as well, and it just goes to show the well-being, the health of the yard.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight in race number 9, 2, 9, 6 and 7. Those numbers there, 2, 9, 6 and 7. The Palm Crown presented by Nikhil, correct weight. Webinar, the winner, 2:30.42 the time, short head by 1. The margins, 2, 9, 6, 7, correct weight in the last.
Ninth and final presentation of the night, and for the 9th time, thank you to Mr. Ahmed Al-Ghafli from Nakhil, director there, for him presenting all the awards tonight. Much appreciated from him. And the final one is going to go to the winning connections of our 9th and final winner. That's Webinar, who's won in the colours of Mr. Abdulrahman Salah Al-Rashid, and collecting the award. Please welcome to the stage, collecting on his behalf, Caroline Seema. Well, that was the 9, and I think we saw some really impressive winners, Pat. It was a thoroughly enjoyable evening. We've definitely seen some horses who I think can kick on to the big one itself.
Yeah, look, it was definitely one of those nights, and I think we've seen a couple of key horses here come up against, I guess, suitable enough fields for them to do their best work, and that's exactly what they've done. But then the question remains is, when we get to later parts of the season, and we do see, I guess like Doug's interview was a prime example, talking about how, they're very happy with and thrilled with how their horse is, but we're seeing day by day that runners like Clapton are making their way here to Dubai in only a few weeks' time. It's going to make the races tougher, it's going to make the races more competitive, and it's just going to be how you line these horses up in these bigger races come the business end of the season. I'd love to see Kabakan in a Dubai World Cup. His father won one. That would just be the ultimate story as well. A horse based in Russia who's Kazakhstani owned, and there were so many people on course here tonight, loving that result. It's the sky's the limit for him early in the season, but it's just where they get to where they get to with him.
And I guess whether or not he can, bunny hop out of the gates and do it a bit wrong early and get away with it in a better. I mean, he's far too good for them today, but we'll see in a better race, in a $1 million race in round 2 in the Al Maktoum Challenge. As far as another horse who I think could definitely kick on, whether or not it's the World Cup night in the Alcos Sprint, I don't know, but Star of Mystery, she looked a real weapon to be able to do what she did wrong early and still come out on top.
There was a lot of horses in that race that I think we'll see improve. Star of Mystery, look, it was a dog's breakfast of a race. There was a lot of horses who did plenty wrong, but for her to come out and do what she's done against Starlust, I know there was a bit of a weight swing, but for her to come out as a 3-year-old filly and do that, where Starlust has been there and done it. So it was a really promising run by Star of Mystery to do what she did there. I think there was a lot of forgives in the race, the way that the race transpired, with everyone, wanting to hunt over to the inside rail. It did sort of cause a little bit of concern for a few. I thought the run of 7 Questions was very, very good.
That could drop back in trip, I think.
I think the George Bowie horse in Savuccio was a fantastic performance as well. Copped a lot of interference late. Good to see him running on into 6th. I think that's going to be a good form race, and I think Star of Mystery, there's a lot of rawness about her, and I think she's only going to improve massively off that.
The only horse we agreed on, one is a mile.
Yeah,
Wait for it.
Exactly.
We'll get it wrong again. We'll be all over it, and we'll get it wrong again, and we won't care. Because I'm keeping an eye out for that horse, which is dangerous.
Look, I've got to give an honourable mention as well to Hester Barrow. Yeah. Really good performance there in the last race, just pipped, and unfortunately that's racing. It can be the hair of a nostril. It can be 2 lengths. At the end of the day, you can be that close to winning, and Hester Barrow did everything right there. Just got beaten by a horse that was obviously going better on the night, and I think there was a couple of tight results where hopefully we see them picking up a win at some stage this season.
The Great Collection I thought was a great result, because he's an old favourite out here, 10-year-old that keeps coming on the dirt, blinkers off. That's the new Doug Watson angle anyway, but I thought that was a really good result and not lost on the crowd here.
Yeah, look, a lot of these horses, as we said, I think we said this a few weeks ago, a lot of these horses have been the rice bowls for these stables through COVID. Not a lot of jurisdictions, especially like the UAE, would you see horses racing into 10 years old, 11 years old, but they're feeling well, and he is lightly raced for a 10-year-old, and it was good to see him back. He is a genuinely better horse than that field, just obviously getting on, and he's coming to the back end of his season, but it was the manner in which he did it. Ardrey never had to panic at any stage there. He allowed the horse to balance up, even though he slightly shifted, and then was able to pull the stick over into the left hand and just guide him out to in behind the widest horse to hit the line well. And he looked the winner a long way from home, and it was good to see.
Yeah, treble for Ardrey tonight. I thought he was on fine form. Well done to him. We are back next week. You haven't got a day off tomorrow, have you?
We do. Saturday, Sunday off, and I'll tell you what, the way our voices are going, I'm glad there's no racing tomorrow.
It's essential. We're back next week for the Fillies and the Cape Verde, and plenty more besides. We're sort of hotting up, aren't we? And that's the one before Fashion Friday.
Yeah, Fashion Friday is going to be that real sort of first big day. I'm sure there's, at the same time, it's a credit to the DRC. They've got so many people out here. The attendance has been great all season, but I'm really excited for Fashion Friday. I think that's going to be the real first big sort of meeting where we get plenty of people packing out here to look at prime racing here in the UAE.
Yeah, and what we're wearing as well for Fashion Friday. Naturally.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
I might have to bring out my best frock.
I look forward to it. Pat, lovely stuff. Thanks ever so much.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks for everyone that's joined us tonight. We'll see you in 7 days.